fallen off now. So Samsung back to normal power for the time being. Only one inhibitor actually taken, and Pilot attempting to... Look at his crits. His crits are so pathetic. I don't know about this build, Noah.
Your crits are pathetic, Pilot.
There, he finally got his IE. That's actually going to make a huge difference in his DPS.
Certainly will. Can they use it, though, to stop Samsung from taking this inhibitor? So far, so good. A little more damage, though, on the turret as Kube tanks it for a moment. All right, here we go. Turret being taken out. Aqua Prison doesn't hit anybody. And Jin Air are not deciding to pull the trigger on that. They lose about half the health on their inhibitor turret.
And Victor has to go clear out the Nexus minion wave right now. Only one super minion there, so it doesn't take it very long. He regroups with the rest of his team. Samsung struggling to actually clear this. They're playing it as Sivir Victor, so the wave clear is pretty real from Jin Air.
Yep. Oh, Ryuga Wagatiki Wokuro! Oh, he missed, though. Oh, that was so disappointing. Oh, nice block on the tidal wave again from Wraith. Throws a Braum ultimate back, but Samsung losing a lot of health here. Kube needs to be a big front line. There's a kill for Crown, though. That's going to help him out. Trace ulting back, barely surviving. Che doesn't make it out, though, with much health remaining. Trace still stays in, and Samsung winning another team fight. That's 2 down, and they are a little bit low health. Do you think they're going to be able to end it right here?
Well, they can take the Nexus. I don't think they can. We'll see if they can finish the game with the Victor and the Sivir still up. It may be a bit too risky for them. Pilot is here, attempting to take out these super minions.
Crown's really low. This is super risky.
Yeah, I think they got.
You can't go through there, Crown.
Sorry, he's got minions.
Okay. All right. Well, they got the other inhibitor, which is good. Baron's up in 30 seconds, so they should be able to recall and maybe get set up for that.
Yeah, they should be, just because Trace is still going to be dead, but a possibility now that Jin Air with enough time can actually move this out. Let's take a look at this replay. I mean, Trace gets right into the middle.
Good stun.
It was a good stun, and Pilot's actually doing a decent amount of damage on the side. Trace still slowing everybody down there with the Iceborne Gauntlet, but Samsung does the right thing, pulls back, kites it out with Kube playing point, and they just collapse onto Trace and kill him. Chrono Break not moving him far enough to actually get out of a sticky situation, so
Chrono
he got
broke.
He got Chrono broke.
Yep. Oh well. No, it wasn't ambition. Don't take your anger out on him. Baron just lashes out at people without really thinking it through. He's got anger issues.
He definitely does.
Yeah. I guess I would too if people were coming up and killing me every 7 minutes. Pretty annoying.
All right, so another siege coming in from Samsung right now.
Yep, bottom inhibitor is back. So a little bit less pressure than they would have had otherwise. It is vulnerable though, and that turret very low. Yeah, there goes the last one. Here comes a tidal wave, blocked yet again by Wraith. They got the knockup on Kube, but it didn't matter. Samsung just disengaging. Chaos Storm not really doing anything.
Wraith has been so good in this game.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
actually he's one of, if not the main reason why Samsung is winning.
He's my MVP.
He's definitely my MVP so far, because his use of Unbreakable has really dictated the course of a lot of these fights. I love how he has QSS too.
Hey, I mean, it's good. You need to be able to get that shield up, and if you have to QSS to do it, you know, you have to do it. Oh, there's the arrow again on the Che, yeah. Can they follow it up, though, trying to get close enough? Che gets hit, gets slowed down, takes a lot of damage. There's another kill for Ruler, and Kube going to jump right into the back lines. Red Buff mixing it up, too, but he is not ready for this action. Sorry, Red Buff. The Brambleback was not prepared for the 5-on-5 team fight.
Samsung, looks like they are going to recall after the Baron. Does grant Jin Air some time to prune these minion waves and get Che back up and online after he was caught out by that arrow. Nice shot there from Ruler, who's gone for a very defensive build, actually. Mortal Reminder and Bloodthirster. So, no big crits. Really going to be coming out of him in this game. Very consistent AoE damage and a high amount of lifesteal to help out with those ricochets hitting him in the back line.
Yeah, probably not a bad idea.
Also Leandries from Azir. There are a lot of weird builds in this game, Noah.
We'll have to break them all down later. And by we, I mean you.
Well, the poke damage is going to be nice. The burn
Yep. There goes
from
the
Jin
mid
Air, or onto Jin Air, so a little bit odd though.
Oh, Silver Ultimate pop. Whoa, Pilot immediately blown up by Crown. Jeez, he got destroyed. And now, I mean, Jin Air just can't fight this. Your AD carry got completely obliterated. And that's going to be the end of the game, as they're going to push up, go for the turrets here. The tidal wave not blocked this time, just mostly dodged. Just one Nexus turret falls, Emperor's Divide, pushes Trace back out of the fight, tries to flash away, but another kill for Crown. And that is going to do it. Samsung biding their time, and Jin Air eventually maybe playing it a bit too slow. Samsung winning some team fights, getting the objectives, winning the game.
That's right, and actually getting 9 kills against Jin Air.
Yeah, wow.
Which increases their total deaths this season by 50%. Pretty crazy, but good job there from Samsung holding on to that game. And
It seemed like such a slow game from Samsung, but they really did kind of bring it together in the end, didn't they?
yeah, they played nicely. They realized that they could just kite out a lot of what Jin Air was throwing at them, and really it was Wraith. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
great team fighting on that Braum. He turned around so many of those team fights, stuffed the engages that Jin Air was trying to make. Even after Jin Air snuck that early Baron, the fact that he was able to stop a lot of basically everything that was being thrown at them, and especially those tidal waves, was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
And after those ultimates were out, that's when the rest of Samsung could turn on the Jets with those 3 Cloud Drakes and run down and kill everybody else when they had the cooldown advantage. And look at Crown. Hello.
Well, that's a lot of damage.
45,000.
That's pretty good. But and I agree. I think Crown played a great game. He did a lot of damage, but I'm totally on board with you with that. Wraith is the MVP for that one. He's the one that really enabled them to survive those team fights.
I thought he was really good.
Yeah. Well, when we come back, we will see if Jin Air can tie up this series. If they can play it a little bit tighter in the late game, they certainly can. Samsung, though, if they turn on the aggression, maybe they can get this 2-0 even quicker. We'll see. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back on LCK Summer on OGN right after this.
Played a lot of you might win it. It's like 25 the life, so you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, something big. It's like that feeling when you're about to win the medal, and you work so hard that you knew you wouldn't settle. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. When they hear you when you thought they wouldn't listen, it's like an anthem that the whole world's singing. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
And welcome back to LCK Summer. Crown steals the MVP from his teammate Che. Very sad, or Wraith rather.
He was
Most
great,
sports.
no doubt, and he's going to join many other players with the 200 MVP points, but I just really liked a lot of what we saw from Wraith in terms of decision-making in that game as we look at some of these highlights about Crown faster on the movement there, and as you can see, just bouncing Trace away. It was a combination of Wraith and Crown right there to turn this fight around.
Wraith was robbed.
I actually do think he was sort of robbed, but it's hard to get away from the flashy damage that... nice dodge out of that parallel convergence, too, with the shifting sands.
I mean, he did play great. He did, but man, look at that, Wraith. In every one of these highlights, you've seen blocking all these abilities that would have turned the fight around, in Jin-Air's favor.
Well, both of these guys, I think, did an excellent job at kiting and then re-engaging. So I understand why it's hard to pass it up, but Wraith certainly had an outstanding game, too. And there he is, Crown, getting another big damage per minute game in on that Azir. And we are going to have a change.
That's right. In the Jin-Air booth, Blanc is gone, and Kuzan is back.
Changing out the mid laner, so Kuzan's first game of this season. Now, obviously, as we take a look, he's played a lot of Azir, and pretty much his signature champions are Lissandra and LeBlanc. Weird that he's the LeBlanc player and Blanc is not, but whatever, I don't ask questions.
He's just LeBlanc, he's not LeBlanc. There's a difference.
He's white, he's not the white.
I guess so. Who knows? I mean, we'll see how he does. Obviously, Jin-Air taking this best of 3 very seriously. And Blanc has been playing well, but Kuzan is like the mid laner for Jin-Air, right? He's theoretically their main guy, but it's hard
to argue with Blanc's performance, honestly. Both of these guys have been solid. I'm interested to see if Kuzan can pick up where he left off last season. Perhaps there's a reason why Blanc is starting if Kuzan hasn't been in the best condition.
True. Seems like in a high-pressure situation, though, they want to go with their veteran and put Kuzan back in.
Interestingly, though, Blanc is actually a couple years older than Kuzan, so maybe a little bit more stable, a little bit more maturity. The Fiora ban will be enacted once again. Same thing with the Kindred. So or the Varus, rather. So sticking with a couple of these pocket bans here for Jin-Air.
Well, Monty, I can guarantee you that age means stability, maturity. I can guarantee you all of this. It's true.
That's why we consider Doa the most mature and stable English-speaking English language League of Legends caster. He is the oldest out of everybody.
I am, and also the most mature by far. By far. Nidalee Rise banned out. Last couple bans, and that's a fast first pick Vlad. Wow.
So Vladimir was banned by Jin-Air in the last match.
Yeah.
But they will be taking it this time around. Crown could be switching up to one of his old staples in the Victor, and the Echo will also be selected here. Eliminate that pick from Trace.
Yep. I'm going Victor on the Samsung side. Now, we saw the Rocks Tigers really try, and Longitude as well, really try to pair that Vlad with the Swain.
Please no.
And I don't think that worked out too well.
If I have to cast another game, we're getting dangerously close, Doa. They select the Rek'Sai. If I have to cast another game of Lucian, Braum, Vladimir, Swain, Rek'Sai, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to put down this headset and I'm going to walk away.
I'm going to just solo cast it?
Yep. Well, you could leave too. It's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll leave too. All right.
I wouldn't wish that on you, Doa.
That's good. I appreciate that. Yes. Pick the Maokai. Might be a support Maokai. No, pick the Maokai. It'll be going top lane. I mean, maybe Crown can't play Anivia. Who knows? All right. So we'll be the Maokai and the Rek'Sai. Yeah. So we're going to avoid the Vlad Swain lanes.
Mercifully, Victor is also good into Vladimir and Swain.
Yep. True.
So Ezreal here, a natural pickup against the Maokai. Will make it much harder to get that Twisted Advance down when you have Arcane Shift and Flash, so I like the selection. Also, we'll be able to kite out the Vladimir with the Iceborne Gauntlet, so it does seem like a natural choice for some of these late-game team fights.
Yeah,
and that's what you got to do against Vlad. Just create a million zones. Parallel Convergence, Gravity Field, Iceborne Gauntlet procs. Just keep him away from you.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to want to play Ashe or something into this.
If you're Jin-Air, you can play Ashe, though.
Right. But if you're Samsung, you don't want to play Ashe into the Vlad.
Yeah, the Vlad, you need a lot of crowd control to get the Vlad in there and to hit those big Hemo Plagues.
Right. They're going to go with the Braum again. Okay.
Saving a jungler pick, actually, for Ambition for quite
Wow.
some time here.
Yeah.
Graves would be strong.
Would be strong. We've seen Ambition play a decent amount of it.
And he's been just awesome on Graves, too. One of the very best Graves players in this league.
Very true. Elise available as well. Oh, and are we going to see the Taric from Che, maybe?
Usually that's a KT special, but
Yeah.
Taric here with a lot of vulnerability. I would prefer to see something else in terms of engage, but they have the Sivir already, so they've got the speed boost helping out that Vlad in the top side. We'll see if Trace is going to take Flash or I mean, Kuzan is going to take Ghost. All right, so Ghost Flash onto the Vladimir as to be expected, and Karma would be a natural selection.
With the Sivir, yeah, for sure. Oh,
That's fine too.
all right. Lucian Karma.
That is perfectly fine. So they decide they want the speed boost on their support instead of on their AD carry, and they want to go for more of an early game lane dominant pick in Lucian and the Karma against the Ezreal, and I do think it's going to be that Graves.
The Graves makes a lot of sense. Vision, like we mentioned, has been very good on it. And it also, to a certain extent, creates more zones, too.
Yeah, absolutely. The smoke screen is going to be also very useful against the Vlad, and when you have a low-range AD carry like Lucian, the zoning hurts even more. So Graves, Ambition, going back to one of his very best picks of the spring season. He has been so good at team fighting on Graves, just absolutely ridiculous in terms of the amount of damage he can do on that pick, as long as he gets some time to farm up. And Rek'Sai is not going to be a 1v1 threat against him in a lot of the phases of this game, particularly when they've got a lot of winning matchups. So
yeah.
I like the Graves pick because he should have a lot of freedom farming, especially on the top side in standard lanes. The Victor and the Echo should do just fine.
I'm so distracted by this chicken advertisement right now.
Do you like the He-Man,
I'm sorry,
chicken
I
guy?
can't, I can't focus on this game right now.
He's going nuts over the chicken.
Guess so. Wow. All right. Well, what do you think? You think with this comp, Jin Air can tie it up?
See, the advertising is just doing memes now. Do you
I know.
enjoy that?
Kokar Code. I miss hearing you say Kokar Code before every game.
I
this
did
season.
not. I did not miss that at all, Noah.
I miss it.
I don't miss Samsung's old uniforms either. I like their new ones. Those are pretty sharp looking with the navy and the white stripes.
I miss their old winter coats. Those are pretty cool.
Those were pretty cool. Samsung been one of the more fashionable teams.
Very large. Well,
By the way, Doa, do you like how this season is playing out so far with the rise of Samsung? Doesn't it remind you of how SK Telecom maybe have started a year looking extremely dominant and undefeated in a season, and by the end they weren't at Worlds and Samsung was spanking them?
that's a very good point. Something to consider as we move into game number 2. We'll see if Samsung can take this one 2-0. Let's get in the game and find out. It's a very good thing to bring up. One does wonder how SKT is going to do for the rest of this season. And, man, what a story it would be as we move on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 and see Wing getting chased away. That, imagine a world where Samsung does go to the World Championships. Think of how big that is for Ambition. I mean, back in 2012, coming one game away from going with Azubu Blaze way back in the way. That was Maximum Impact Gaming Blaze way back then.
They were a Zubu by the time Worlds rolled around.
Right, but he was one game away from going to Worlds. Didn't make it. And now, possibly 4 years later, has a shot. That would be quite the story if it ends up panning out like that this season.
Yeah, Ambition, undoubtedly one of the all-time great players that has never been to a World Championship.
Oh, definitely.
It would be a nice capstone, at least for his career, to make it to that level. Obviously, he's won several international tournaments, but
Sure.
with the likes of Blaze, but he's never, ever been to Worlds. So
Yeah.
it would be fun to see him go. And the Samsung team has really been putting it together, and they still, after that last game, haven't lost a game this season. So 7-0 so far. That is an impressive run of games.
Yeah.
And this was the question coming in for Jin because they were against weaker opponents in Longzhou and Ever. And Samsung has also played a couple weak teams in Africa at MVP. So this was a real test for both of these guys.
Game 1 ended up being fairly close, but in the end, Jin Air just couldn't team fight quite as well. Samsung does it. Nice stun onto Jay coming in. Oh, he misses the Mystic shot. See, I thought he was going to hit it. I assumed. I shouldn't have assumed, Monte Cristo.
You know what happens when you assume.
Yep, that's right. Make an ass out of you. Sorry. Sorry for doing that.
There's more of it, Noah.
No. I didn't mean to make an ass out of you, but I have, and I apologize for that greatly. It happens sometimes. Wow, Wraith taking a lot of damage on the way out there. He's got some biscuits to chow down on. He'll be fine.
Total biscuits.
Yeah, that's right. Biscuits made out of that gross cereal? Is that what you're saying?
Total biscuits? Wow, that would be gross.
Oh, that's disgusting. Healthy for your heart, maybe, supposedly, but disgusting.
The truth about the food industry, though, is that things that are actually healthy for you don't have marketing budgets to tell you that.
It's true. It's a sad thing. I haven't seen any big marketing pushes for avocados lately.
Or broccoli.
That's right.
Yeah, the broccoli lobby not so big, turns out.
Not really. Avocado lobby, I haven't seen that one around. Sadly.
Ambition on a weird level 3 gank right here with Graves. Usually you don't do this. You level 2 gank or bust.
True,
but Cuvée is actually collapsing on him, and he has to use his Ghost.
It was so close. They did get one summoner out of Kuzan at least.
And this is why the bottom side of the map really does belong to Samsung. Is they're going to have some trouble in this 2v2 in standard lanes, particularly once the first buy comes in. But for now, it's pretty safe farming here for Ambition on the bottom side, and can start to make some more aggressive plays. So also the fact that they did come down and take the lane swap into that bottom side means that potential there, if they keep pressure on eventually, to perhaps go for the Drake. 5-6 minutes.
That's right. Meanwhile, interesting to see Vlad making a comeback. Now, taking a lot of damage though.
Yeah, getting that Thunderlord though on the couple hits from the Q, so
yep.
He'll be able to heal that right back up.
Ooh, Ambition getting very aggressive here, coming for a gank in the top lane.
He's ganking a lot for a Graves, actually.
He is, and that's kind of surprising. Wow, yep, Karma Shield popped immediately with that mantra. They're going to get the flash from Chain. Actually, Chain, a lot of trouble. First blood goes to Wraith. Here comes the teleport, though. Trace trying to make him pay for it. Ambition taking a lot of damage. That's going to be 2 kills, though, for Samsung. 1 in return goes to Pilot, but he may have stuck around for a bit too long. There's the flash, and oh, if that Mystic shot had hit, one more auto. There's a flash, and Ruler takes it, gets the double kill. And so, in the end, 3 kills for Samsung, just 1 in return for Jin Air.
Oh, that TP was risky from Trace. Now, he did that because Cuvée had just TP'd back into lane, so he knew there was going to be no follow. And had it been just a little bit earlier, they would have been able to do something. But Che is squishy. Ambition comes in, and they block him off, so by the time it actually completes, it's still a 3v2 here. They get into the brush, not going to take too much minion damage. I'm trying to see how Ambition died.
I think a minion.
No, it was a red buff.
Oh.
From Pilot, looks like. Actually ended up being the factor. No, red buff was taken from Ambition, so it must have been a minion shot. I didn't actually get a chance to look at that. So, couldn't see it, but Ambition also nearly made it out of there, which is even scarier.
Yeah. Wow, and now this game has gotten quite action-packed for the moment.
That good gank, though, abusing the pressure. And it couldn't have come at a better time either, right? Nobody from Jin Air had actually recalled. That means that they don't have an advantage in that 2v2 when it comes to team fighting, because there just isn't a tier onto Ezreal compared to a Dirk onto Pilot. But with that extra money and Ruler with the double kill and an assist, he's able to pick up tier Sheen. So there's not really going to be an advantage there anymore for the likes of Pilot. Ruler also a level up now. So that was a pretty big error, and Jin Air just needed to get out of there and not commit to that. They got greedy because they knew they had TP advantage, but when the TP didn't come fast enough, it just had to be canceled and let Che die.
You know, it's hilarious that whenever Jin tries to show some sort of aggressive play, they generally get punished for it. And you see that kind of thing, and you're like, well, I guess I can't really blame these guys for playing how they're playing, because the aggression generally doesn't work too well, does it?
No. And this is so bad for the likes of Jin giving the red buff over to Ruler 2.
They are products of their environment.
They've been trained to be passive.
That's right.
But Samsung on that gank. I will say it was bold in the first place for Ambition to go up there, but just great sense of when to fall back on that TP. They weren't trapped by it, and they turned a 3v2 after that kill into another 3v2. Jin just couldn't quite deal with it without those early items, but perfect timing from Samsung, and nobody expects the Graves ganks, 2 Graves ganks like pre-6 minutes. Been surprising decision-making, I think, from Ambition.
Yeah. It's worked out quite well, though, for Samsung. And they jump out to an early lead of about 1.2 thousand.
Most importantly, though, now they have winning matchups in multiple lanes, right? Because that was the problem, was in the top side. They were going to be struggling. So with the extra pressure that they have, due to the kills that Ezreal got, and the fact that he got the red buff, well, Ambition has even more flexibility now as to where he can go on the map and how fast he's going to be able to farm. So that's a huge win for Samsung when it comes to turning around a struggling lane.
Well, blue buff's going to be handed over to Crown here. And I've got a feeling things will be a little bit more passive for a while now. How soon do you think Samsung wants to go for this Drake? It's only the Ocean Drake, so it's not a huge priority.
Yeah, especially not against a composition like Jin where there's not a lot of poke. They're basically just going to be all-inning you with a ton of speed.
Oh, speaking of all-inning, Crown taking the dangerous path toward, but they decide not to pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, he's checking the Raptors right now. He knows something weird is going on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't know where Ambition was.
I mean, he's pinging them right now, so he knows they're in there. He doesn't have vision. He probably knows there's a pink in that brush.
Yep. Well, all right, they're going to go in. There's Wing coming over the wall, drops a smite. There's a flash on Burrow. Hemoplague doing work too. Chaos Storm dropped.
Nice
Ambition late
stun
to the party. But yeah, gets him with the gravity field, and Crown gets out.
That was really well played by Crown. He waited to force the flash from Wing, and then flashed to the other side of his gravity field and forced that double stun scenario. And got out of the gank. Didn't have to use both of the summoner spells, just one. Great turnaround by Crown.
Ruler's gotten a pretty big CS advantage up in the top lane. That Ezreal.
As to be expected. You get a double kill up there, you get the red buff, you get an early Sheen, and you're going to be in a fantastic position just to zone this Lucian off. Also, because of where the minion wave was when all those kills happened, they pushed it in, and that was even more CS lost there for the Jin duo lane. And this is all quite depressing if you're Jin right now.
But knowing Jin they still should find a way to stretch this game out. They're very good at that.
Looks like Kuzan is going to be going for a quick proto belt here after the cowl.
All right. We've seen that quite a bit on Vlods around the world.
Maybe he didn't need it this game because he does have Karma speed boost and there's plenty of other crowd control that will allow him to get in there, but certainly doesn't hurt. And I really like the Vladimir better with the composition that Jin is running it with than I have, I should say, from other teams that have been running it in the last few days in Korea.
Wow, Ambition missed with that collateral damage. Fired it just a little bit early, and now they're going to go in. Crown getting blown up by Jin and they're going to chase Ambition and Kube away as well.
Doesn't quite land the root there.
Yeah, that was
from the tether.
A little bit awkward there.
Well, they went way too deep. Kuzan, it was actually really lucky that Kuzan didn't trade 1-for-1, considering that he was in maybe 50 HP when that exchange ended.
Looks like Jin thinking about starting the Ocean Drake, but no. Just going to focus on the Scuttle Crab for now.
No, good time for lane reassignment, though. Ezreal now back on the bottom side of the map so that Samsung will have more control over the Drake. He's got a very early Mune and Sheen combination at 11 minutes, and Pilot's still struggling here. Picks up a pink ward. Doesn't even have enough money for Youmuu's Ghostblade. And that means that we're basically just going to skip the part of the game where this Lucian is going to be strong compared to the Ezreal. And that is a pretty bad situation here for Jin Air. It takes away a lot of their early game punch.
Yeah. Cuvée just checking the jungle. Finds Wings. It's not that ward. So will there be possibly a dragon taken soon here?
No.
You never know. Maybe.
Somebody dies, maybe, but right now it should just be a patient game for Samsung. You already got the free pass into a late game Ezreal, so why not just go ahead and take it?
Yeah,
you can
true.
chip away turrets with Ezreal and Echo in the side lanes. There's no need to play aggressively. No need to actually go for these kills, and you also have the Graves, so farming should be your main priority right now if you're Samsung, and just preventing Jin Air from actually taking those dragons.
Right. Samsung doing a really good job of getting wards into the enemy jungle too. Seem to be winning the vision game.
Well, they're playing really well around the duo lane at the moment. Yep. They've got all the pressure in the world to do so. Get deep wards at the top side, deep wards at the bottom side. Not going to be a concern as long as they stick to these standard lanes now. Items just not there.
Yeah. Kuzan has managed to get a tiny bit of a CS lead here in the mid lane. Crown did have that one death on Victor, but other than that, looks good for Samsung so far.
He's playing the lane well, just getting some defensive stats and harassing down Crown. Crown has been upgrading his Hextech core pretty adamantly and not picking up anything defensive, just using his Q shield for the most part to deal with the incoming damage from Vlad, but no reduction. And he actually did go for the quick cooldown boots after upgrading his staff.
Wraith gets a ward. Another blue buff going to go over to Crown. I've got a question for you, completely unrelated to anything else here.
Sure.
But it is league related, so at least there's that. But how soon do you think we're going to see Talia picked up in Korea?
Well, Korean players are typically a little bit slow, I think, to pick up a lot of the new champions, or conservative when it comes to how they're going to be useful. I think Talia does have a lot of awesome utility, and her ult, I think, is going to be super good at the professional level. Some people have been saying that she needs some buffs to her Q, so we may have to wait for a patch. She is enabled right now, though, so she could be played later today. If somebody's going to play, it's probably KT, by the way.
It's true. She is available. So Ocean Drake goes over, flash out from Braum. They get the flash out of Pilot. Still has that summoner heal and responds with the culling. No shield from Wraith. Vision has to body block a little bit of that. Wing gets sped up, shielded by Che. And so Samsung, going for a little bit of a pick after the dragon, but not really finding anything. They get the flash, trade flashes anyway.
Yeah, trading flashes right there is certainly worthwhile.
It's probably fine, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and trade support flash for AD carry flash. That's going to be perfectly acceptable if you're Samsung.
Yeah.
You got the objective too, and they don't overcommit. In fact, they realized that Kuzan was coming down for the collapse in the river and just popped right back into the jungle. So measured game so far from Samsung. Take the objective, take the preferable summoner trade, and just get out. You don't need to bite off more than you can chew and swing this solution back into relevance.
Makes sense. Teleport coming in for Jin Air. Now they want to try to make a plan to Wraith and Ruler, but it's a bit slow. Teleport coming down from Samsung. Was canceled, though.
Nice cancel.
Yep. Cuvée has no reason to go down there. There's not going to be a gank. Dragon isn't around, so might as well push the lane.
Good placement, too. Just go for it right on the turret so they can't dive you.
Well, excuse me.
Sorry. Noah just decided that he needed to cough into his mic
I
all
guess
of a
so.
sudden.
Well,
you do realize you can actually just like move it up or take the headset.
I didn't know
off
I was
your
going to
head.
cough. I just breathed in and it happened. The problem is that Korea's a very technologically advanced country, but they have not yet. They don't have cough buttons here. That has not come to Korea yet.
Well, Doa, if you couldn't move your mic, I'm pretty sure you couldn't have hit a cough button right there either.
That's
so the
true.
mechanics of it are actually irrelevant.
So we could use a cough button overall.
We could.
My sincerest apologies to everyone. I'll be releasing a statement on Facebook and Reddit later.
Come on.
Please forgive me.
You know that Twitlonger is the place for apologies, Doa.
I thought it was Facebook.
No, it's definitely Twitlonger for casters.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll think about it.
Happy birthday, Jet, by the way.
I was going to say, on his birthday you do this? Happy birthday to Jet. No, really, honestly. Happy birthday to Jet from everybody here in Korea. I don't think you've made anybody angry on any of the teams, so it's okay. Happy birthday, Jet. Another year of Jet. Let's celebrate together.
It's been great. NALCS moving to best of threes.
Yeah, that is good.
Good
All
casting
Jet
over there.
You can thank Jet for that. It was all him.
Making awesome team fight videos. It's
Yep.
actually some of my favorite content.
Oh,
League
yeah,
of
dude.
Legends are his team fight breakdowns.
I love
They're
the
really,
team fight
really
breakdowns.
good.
Yeah. I like it. Thanks, Jet.
Keep kicking ass.
That's right. Rift Herald goes over to Trace. I'm sure Jet helped a little bit, though. And Samsung, though, going to use the opportunity to take the first turret of the game, though. So, what do you think? Is it worth it to give up that first turret for the Rift Herald?
No.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
Rift Herald is still a very weak buff, especially on Maokai, who is not going to be really split pushing at all. Maybe even up that Echo matchup just a little bit, but not really going to be particularly useful on that champion.
Makes sense. Samsung still trying to put pressure onto this mid lane turret. They've done a decent amount of damage so far. And here we go. Can they get it? Engineer thinking about responding. Gravity Field does go down for the zone. Lets them get a bit more damage onto that turret before they have to back away. 2 minutes now until the next Drake.
Yeah, nobody going to commit at this point in time, though. Just whittle it down in the mid lane. And we're getting to the point of the game where Samsung is really going to be coming online. Ruler moving into his Iceborne now, finishing that item up before the next fight. So that's going to provide the good zones against the Vladimir. One harder way for him to get in to some of these team fights now. Sheen also done for Cube, so he's well on his way to his own Iceborne Gauntlet for more zoning. It just zones forever. Braum ult, 2 Iceborne Gauntlets, Parallel Convergence, Gravity Field, Smoke Screen. Good luck, Vladimir. Good luck.
You can't go anywhere.
Well, it's also just punishing on Lucian, who wants to be dashing around, wants to be in those low-range
That's a good point,
situations,
too.
and you've got 2 champions here that need to be relatively close to deal damage. When you have like 5 different zoning tools, it does make it obviously incredibly difficult to actually team fight. Basically, Trace goes in, the rest of his team gets cut off from him, they collapse on him, and then they kill everybody else afterwards. Should be the game plan here for Samsung.
Sounds great. Oops. Ruler taking a turret hit. Taking another turret hit.
Well, he brought that one on himself by hitting Trace
Did a little
there.
bit, yeah. And what's the next Drake? I can't quite make it out.
You can't?
Nope. I don't know yet. We'll find out in just 15 seconds.
It's a surprise, dog. Some people want to know what Drakes are there before they spawn. Some people just prefer to keep it a surprise, you know?
Yeah.
Till the moment that it comes into the world.
Oh, it's a Cloud Drake.
Wow.
Hooray. That was anticlimactic. All its glory. 4 out of the 5 Drakes we've seen tonight have been Cloud Drakes.
Hasn't been a good day for Drakes.
Nope.
It's all right. CJ got super lucky with 2 Infernals into a Mountain Drake yesterday.
No kidding, yeah. That was
With a
super
poke
good.
composition with Lucian Barris. It was not great for Longshoe. I felt honestly very bad for them.
Did you really? Honestly?
Yes, I did. Nobody should have to be subjected to like the perfect Drake combination for a specific enemy team
Well,
composition, which is
Monty.
why you should put the first 6 Drake spawns in Champion Select so you can draft around them. End of
Well,
story, do it.
That's Hearthstone. I mean, that's League of Legends. What can you say? Samsung trying to zone Che and the rest of Jennera away. Whoa, True Shot Barrage barely misses. that kill, and that's going to secure the Drake, unless Wing can steal it. Nope, he can't. And so the Cloud Drake goes over to Samsung. That's their second Drake of the game.
Not too consequential for them, but
Not a lot.
I suppose a little bit of extra speed will counteract some of the Karma speed that comes out on the side of Jin Air, so that Samsung has a better way to kite against this Vladimir Lucian combination.
Yeah, that is a good point.
I don't really think they need that, though. They've got plenty of abilities to help do that for them.
It's something anyway.
So Kuzan going with a different build, Proto Belt into Spirit Visage, so quite durable, but going to be lacking a little bit in the damage department.
I don't know about this Proto Belt thing, man. I don't know.
It's good.
Oh, I mean, I know it's a good item, but lore-wise, I don't think I'd want to wear a belt that exploded. Doesn't sound too good.
But it doesn't explode you, it just explodes people around you.
It explodes outward from you.
Yeah.
But you're totally fine, apparently.
Hey, man, I've always wanted an explosive pelvis. What can I say?
You really? You know, I heard rumors, but
What man has not dreamed of an explosive pelvis?
that could
I
be.
ask you that, Noah.
I think it depends, because it really could be good or really could be bad. Context, man. I just wouldn't want to.
Who among you can honestly say they have not won an explosive pelvis?
I'm not decided yet. I'll have to put some thought into it. You know, it's one of the hard issues. Wing goes in onto Wraith, but Ruler and Ambition are right there. Slow comes down. Wing trying to get away. He's in trouble now. Flash Braum ultimate. Wing tries to flash away, but gets killed by Ruler. And that was a bush that should not have been checked. And that's going to be a Baron right away from Samsung. They're going for it. Hey, the jungler's dead. Why not give it a try? Teleport bringing Kube in. Teleport bringing Trace in as well. They're going to try to fight this 4v5. Here comes Trace over the top. Pilot gets a nice culling in. Dodges a parallel convergence. Gets the kill onto Wraith. Jin Air pushing Samsung back. Ambition Ruler trying to kite away, though. Can they make it out? That's a double kill now for Pilot. And this fight is going well for Jin Air. Kuzan manages to pick one up. Maybe going to get another one. We'll see. Dashing forward. Gets it. And so, Samsung going for that Baron immediately, but just a little bit too early to fight even that 4v5 against Jin Air, apparently.
That was the last place that you wanted to fight if you were Samsung.
Yeah.
Remember that they have this Vladimir, and you just want to kite it out. So trying to pursue that. I mean, Kuzan's just going off on this Vlad, too.
Well, I guess that that may change the course of this game quite a bit.
I don't get it. If you're Samsung, that was such a good pick onto the likes of Wing. You have a great opportunity to push down the mid lane after that and ward up in the enemy jungle.
Really?
And instead, you give a free pass. First off, Wraith doesn't block the culling at all that time, so a lot of damage gets poured onto the back line. Now just watch Kuzan coming in here because he does so much work with his ghost up. Flashes forward with that Tides of Blood, and his pursuit with the Crimson Rush is just ridiculous. So able just to stick to these targets even through right there. The Iceborne Gauntlet proc finishes off a couple of people, and all of a sudden you have a 2-0-4 Vladimir in this game.
Yeah, that might make things a little bit difficult for Samsung. They started off so strong, but that was a
Botched call for sure.
majorly botched call, yeah.
Just conceptually against Jin Air, you don't give them that opportunity. You don't make yourself go into a situation or a part of the map that is very difficult to get out of, that helps out Jin Air so much when they don't really have the strongest forms of engagement here onto you.
I mean, that's just one of those decisions, right, where you feel things are going really well, you know, everybody's excited in the booth, and then you just decide, hey, we can just do this, and you don't really think it through. It was a fast call, and it was a little bit poorly thought out.
Well, they're not, looks like, going to lose too much from this Baron at the very least. Yes, Jin Air now has a gold lead, but Juve is going to stop a push in one lane, actually get some damage down onto the tier 2. I don't think they're actually going to be able to break this mid lane turret either, but we'll see how they transition from pushing this bottom wave in. If they group as 4, they may be able to make it work.
And we'll see. I mean, they might want to, just because the next dragon is coming up in about a minute.
Ruler's down here, though, does have the True Shot Barrage up, and he can clear out waves with the help of the Iceborne.
Yep. Oh, this Vladimir is starting to get.
All right, I didn't realize the
scary.
mid turret was that low. So yeah, it looks like they will be able to take it out eventually. But yeah.
Uh-oh, and Hemo Plague popped immediately. Ambition gets away. Doesn't look like Crown will, though. And that was maybe a turret you should have let go, because now the Dragon's going to come up, and it's going to be tough for Crown to get there in time. In fact, he's not going to. And Samsung kind of falling apart a little bit here. We may be about to see them lose their first game of the season, or lose the first game they've lost all season.
Well, Samsung did such a good job of keeping those outer turrets up, and now it's just all falling apart for them.
Yeah.
As that one Baron turns into all three outers, looks like another inner. Wraith also just going to die.
I mean, he used his Braum ult on the minion wave. I don't think that's a great idea. I'm no expert in League of Legends, but I don't think you generally want to do that.
But you are a support expert, though.
I am, so I know you don't want to do that. That is true. Well, Samsung loses their tier 2. Baron buff is got a little bit of time left.
Are they going to actually be able... They have so much money in their pocket right now that it might be inadvisable to fight for this next dragon, because they haven't actually turned that into any items.
I mean, it's not like Samsung really cares about this. It's only a Cloud Drake.
Yeah. True, true.
So, in the end, Samsung loses 2 turrets in the mid lane, a couple kills. Getting pretty far behind now, but again, I think like the big concern is the fact that Pilot and Kuzan are getting a lot of these kills, and they are getting pretty unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, moving on to Azonias now after the Rylai's. So, Samsung still has a chance to win this game, absolutely, but the engage is now pretty good from Jin Air. They've got that speed, they have the Proto Belt. Samsung going to have to kite out these team fights very well. Yeah, what a terrible error. Ruler also now with the Executioner's Calling, so picking up that item just to apply Grievous Wounds. They have a Ignite as well in case they need it.
Right.
No Morellonomicon, however.
Yeah, I feel like that was the biggest mistake we've seen Samsung make all season.
Actually, they have 2 Executioner's Callings. Ambition has one, so that's great. That's really, really good for them.
We'll see if they can make it work.
Many ways to cut Kuzan's healing down.
Yep.
Will be difficult for Jin Air to actually dive and close out this game, even though they do have Maokai Vladimir. Again, because of the wave clear from Victor, and because of how much crowd control they have on the kite.
It's not the end of the world yet, but Samsung really can't make another mistake.
There was just no need to let Pilot back into this game. He's 4-1-2 now, 3-0-5 Vladimir. You had him completely shut down after that early double kill.
Yep.
And then you get greedy and overcommit to a 23-minute Baron, giving Jin Air the exact fight that they wanted.
Wow. Kuzan's doing a lot of damage.
Yes, he is. Doesn't even have a Void Staff yet.
Nope. Well, Trace and Kuve up in that top lane. Kuve doing what he can to try to keep the damage off of the turret, but now the dive constantly being threatened by Kuzan.
Take a look at the money numbers there. At least the farm's still okay for Samsung. 7,000 now, their deficit, and looking decreasingly likely that they will be able to pull this one out.
Yep. Can't quite steal the blue buff away, so Jay's gonna have to back off.
Crown gets it.
Yep, minute till the next Baron now.
Okay.
And if you're Samsung, like, can you fight this Baron? Can you do it safely? Can you use those zones we talked about?
Yeah. You just bottle them up inside with the smoke screen, with the gravity field, and then try and poke in with the Ezreal. You can absolutely contest this. You have Death Ray, you have Mystic Shot. You can clog up that choke point, so it is a concern here from Jin Air. Absolutely. Crown just got picked up his Void Staff, so that's going to be an extremely important completion for him.
True.
And it looks like Kuzan is going for Death Cap instead of actually picking up that Zhonya's. I don't really agree with that, considering the amount of damage Ezreal and Graves can put down onto him.
I mean, he must just be really confident in his ability to sustain during team fights with the healing.
Well, with 2 Executioners calling, that is going to be a lot tougher than it was previously.
All right. A little bit of action in the jungle. Wraith taking some damage. Jumps back over to Ambition. And Samsung zoning out the rest of Jin Air from their own jungle. Next Dragon's up in 2 minutes, something to consider as well. Kuzan pops a Proto Belt to get away, but takes a lot of damage at the same time. Here comes a teleport. They're going in. Braum ultimate use to try to slow up Trace a little bit. Culling goes through. Gets blocked a lot better by Wraith this time. Kuzan taking a lot of damage. Two Shot Barrage nearly finishes if they don't quite get him, though. Could be a problem. Trace will go down for the moment until his Guardian Angel brings him back up. Meanwhile, Pilot J working on Wraith, or rather, somebody down the bottom lane. No, Kube.
Yeah, Trace actually lived after his GA was procced right there. Samsung
Wow.
got a good fight for what their point is in this game when it comes to a gold deficit. But they still can't actually pick up with a kill onto Trace or Kuzan, which would have been huge. Kuzan and Trace both falling very low.
It was so close. Oh, and now Wraith gets a little bit too close with the warding, flashes away, gets slowed down. Is he going to make it out? Not quite sure. Good zoning with the gravity field. They catch
kill
Winged.
They kill him.
Maybe. Ambition not quite getting the damage done, though.
Well, they got a lot of poke damage down, and Wing being that low makes it really risky to actually try and take this Baron.
Yeah, they might have been able to.
I think they bought themselves enough time.
Maybe. Kube back up in 10 seconds, so it looks like they have.
Samsung actually played that team fight extremely well. Kiting into that choke point. Ruler, just check that brush with your Q, please.
Nope, that's too much mana. Sorry. Ooh, they're going to go for it. I don't know about this. All right, they're starting the Baron. And Samsung, are they aware of this? They are now. All right, Baron getting lower. Ambition throws in the smoke screen. They're trying to push away. Hemoplague pop just on Crown, who takes a ton of damage. Ruler firing from the side. Crown does go down. And Samsung fighting this one short-handed as Trace still keeps the Baron active. A lot of poke, though, coming in. And Samsung slowly pushing back. Ambition gets jumped on, though, by Trace. That Maokai getting in the back lines. That is dangerous.
Oh, my God.
Ruler, though, untouched. I know. This is exactly what we were talking about. And in the end, Jin Air can just not move in onto Samsung.
That was beautifully played by Samsung in that choke point on the ramp. You can see them just chaining all of those abilities together to keep Jin Air from following up on Trace. And that's exactly how I said this is going to have to go down. You need to isolate Trace, kill him first, and fight in these chokes. Then they can turn on the rest of the team. And the poke continuously coming out from the Ezreal is actually helping Samsung to stay in this game.
And it's another Cloud Drake, too, so that's not a huge objective for either team.
That's good for Samsung's kiting. Gotta say that.
It's okay.
Yeah, it definitely helps a little bit. Not ideal. We're going to see another attempt right now. They did see the Time Winder thrown out on the bottom side of the map, which is why they're going to make this attempt. But he doesn't actually clear out that wave, so just denying a little bit of extra money in that bottom side.
Kuzan pushing up in top lane, able to clear those waves very quickly.
I really disagree with Kuzan building the Death Cap instead of the Zhonya's Hourglass right now. I think that item is absolutely crucial.
It's a bit of overconfidence, perhaps. Jin Air going for this second Cloud Drake. And it looks like they'll be able to get it without any issue.
Ruler now with the QSS also added to his inventory. One more escape mechanism for him to get away from Trace. You've actually sold his GA for a Dead Man's Blade. Interesting. Looks like he's going back into the GA now, though.
I mean, once that cooldown is popped, I suppose if you have enough gold, you can just swap it over.
Yeah.
Pretty typical late game move. So Samsung has taken back their own jungle for the most part. Still some wards on the bottom side, but since the buff is gone, there's not a huge priority to keep track of that, I suppose.
Samsung, even though they made that really big error at the Baron, ever since then they've been playing about as well as they could from behind and realizing their win conditions and playing the comp well into a 7,000, now what, 8,000 gold deficit.
Yep.
Well, it's impressive they've been able to hang on this long. Jin Air attempting to take this Baron, and as well they should. They should just keep attempting to grab this objective, but What do you think Baron eats that turns his spit green?
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe one of those like fruit by the foot things or something.
Wouldn't that just turn his tongue green?
I don't think he has a tongue. So something's got to give.
I think he probably has a tongue, Noah.
I don't know. Have you ever heard him? Oh, Ambition getting jumped on. Nice pick by Jin Air. Ooh. Oops. Well, that's really bad for Samsung. Jin Air going to walk right over to the Baron now.
Yeah, they have to fall back after that. No way to contest it without Ambition being there. So nice pick. They commit to it. They use a flash to get over that wall with Trace. And they get him before Ambition has a chance to flash back. He did use his flash eventually, trying to get into the Raptor pit.
It's going to be the second Baron now for Jin Air. To polite applause from the audience.
Was it really too polite?
It was pretty polite. It was like, oh yes, good job.
What would be adequately polite applause? Not too polite.
I don't know.
Well, we do have the Mortal Reminder now from Ruler. Doing something with that Executioner's Calling at last.
And there's just nothing Samsung can do to stop Jin Air from taking this turn.
No, you just have to try and defend your inhibitors at this point. Ambition's back up now, so you can take the next fight if you absolutely have to, or if they try and dive you, which Jin Air should definitely not do.
This is where the zoning comes in. Kube does not stop the recall.
I wonder what the Rek'Sai was going back for.
Hard to say. Get right back though. And calling pop, blocked immediately by Wraith, throws that Braum ultimate back again. Samsung just kiting backwards as Jin Air dives. Kube in the middle, but he's kind of on his own. Tries to get away here, ults out. Kuzan goes deep, gets killed off. Samsung might be able to turn this one around. They do lose their turret. Pilot really low though. Can he escape? Ambition going in, doesn't have that collateral damage. Here comes the TP from Kube.
Hello!
Flashes ahead for the kill, makes a big play there, and now Samsung all over Jin Air. Shay gonna get caught, gonna get taken down, and Trace, the last man standing along with Winged, who has long since departed this fight for the mid lane. And oh boy, Samsung won that fight. Trace tries to go on to Ruler, but Ruler just gets right out with that QSS and the Arcane Shift.
So don't remember how I said they absolutely should not dive that turret?
Yeah, and then they dove, and then they died. Let's watch that again.
Well, Wraith just had, look at all the zone control right there. Gets the stun onto Che while he's tanking the turret. Kube snaps back with the use of his ultimate, but Kuzan goes so ham onto Ruler with the Hemoplague, trying to burst him out. Ends up in a mix of 4 people with no support from the rest of his team because the zone control is just too good. There's too many abilities clogging them in front of the turret and forcing them to take those turret shots. So yeah, really sloppy. And Kube going back and then TPing back in with only about half HP, but he makes it work. He sees how low Pilot was right there and just picks him off with the help of the phase dive and the flash. So really well played there by Samsung, but that's even with that kind of advantage, this is the kind of composition that you just can't dive. Like, you can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, that was done while Jin Air was roughly 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, huge lead. Still 8,000 ahead. Samsung still has a long way to go if they want to win this game. And now the inhibitor, the one thing they did do was now the inhibitor is at least naked. And they didn't give up actually any objectives right there. They didn't give up an inhibitor of their own or even the game, despite how late it was.
Right.
So it's not actually the end of the world for Jin Air. Perhaps it was worth it to lose that team fight just to take out the turret so you can come back and take the inhibitor later. We'll see.
Could be.
How it plays out, because Samsung is now going to be really keen on taking this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they'll be getting the increased buffs for their 1 Cloud Drake and their 1 Ocean Drake, not to mention all the buffs that the Elder Dragon gives you on his own.
Yeah, definitely that's the most important aspect of it with the dragons that we have on the table right now.
Right, need that true damage.
Especially for Samsung with the poke from Ezreal, that's going to be extremely annoying.
Yep.
If you're Jin Air. Looking for that one, trying to use the Karma Mantra Shield to find an opening, but Trace isn't going to see anything. He does have his flash up now, which is nice. Ruler down to 0 summoners.
All right, Kube going in onto Trace here. Kuzan backing away. They may have caught this Maokai. Nice double stun with the parallel convergence. The Chaos Storm gets dropped onto Kuzan, zoning him out of the fight. Pilot throws in the culling. A lot of the damage gets blocked, though. Ruler's still relatively untouched, so Samsung doing a lot of poking against Jin Air. They lose a little bit of health themselves.
Yeah, but Ambition was the one who got poked out right there.
Yep.
And so did Winged. Another nice shield from Wraith taking
Whoa.
that, calling Protobelt going in.
Now Kuzan getting very aggressive. Kube gonna jump right back onto him. Ruler re-entering the fight. Decent amount of damage thrown out. And Jin Air gonna try to keep pushing up the mid lane now, keeping Samsung away from that Elder Dragon.
Good re-engage from Jin Air. They had the Rek'Sai back already thanks to the ultimate.
Oh, they're going for the Elder Dragon too. Samsung kind of obligated to fight
Cube
this.
doesn't have TP, but he did actually use his ultimate to get back into lane.
Yep, that's right. It's coming down right now. Jin Air funneling into that choke point as they run away from the Elder Drake. They're going to go in onto Wraith, force the flash out of him. And Samsung just trying to find a spot where they can zone. There
Pilot!
he goes. Yep, he's trying to make a play. Pilot gets very, very low. Oh, nearly dies to the True Shot Barrage. He's out of the fight either way, though. Kuzan trying to kite backwards. Ambition looking for the kill onto that fight. He gets it, gets exhausted, gets out, and Samsung may be able to claim this Elder Dragon now.
Pilot's positioning lost in that team fight. He should never have been that far forward. He was so easily caught and bursted out. He turned the corner and Ambition was already there and just unloaded onto him.
Now Kuzan wants to try to be annoying here as they go for the Elder Dragon. That dragon is not going down too quickly. Zoning coming in. Crown's going to actually recall.
Why did Crown
he
recall?
recalled out of the fight. I don't know about that, man. Now Trace is coming in. Samsung without their mid laner, they do get the dragon. Will they win the fight, though? Good parallel convergence helps them pick up the kill onto Kuzan. Man, Cube saved that one. There goes Trace. Double kill for Ruler, another one for Kube. Crown's like, you know what? I just needed to go take care of Winged. You guys got this.
Yeah, they were split pushing because the Rek'Sai has the Titanic Hydra in this game, so there is a threat for Wing to go ahead and push in that inhibitor. So they actually did recall. They knew that it was going to be a 4v3 at that Drake, or at the Dragon rather. So it was a good call. They kept their inhibitor up. I just got a little bit panicked there for a second.
That looked so bad at first.
Yeah, but no, it was perfectly fine. Good call from Samsung. And then we see the TP back in here from Trace at full HP. But as soon as they get the Dragon, now the true damage means that Trace is going to be melting a lot faster than he would have. Otherwise, again, they're caught in that choke point with all that crowd control, and basically nobody can even move from the likes of Jin Air. And Samsung is making an absolutely wonderful comeback in this game. They are playing extremely well.
I gotta say, Kube is just hitting so many fantastic stuns. You know, his TP play again to come in and kill Pilot off at 2 team fights ago. He's just been looking great on that Echo. Now Baron's up again. Samsung starts it. They know they've got the zone. They can maybe do this one. Dangerous move, though. Culling doesn't really reach anybody. Wraith blocks it anyway. Wing goes in, doesn't get the steal, though, and that could be it. Wing getting taken out, and with that Baron buff, you'd think that Samsung should at least be able to claim an inhibitor off of this.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing up. They still have the Elder Dragon buff for the time being. You see it burning orange on them right now.
That is big.
Yeah, absolutely huge on this Ezreal. But Samsung, they had a boneheaded Baron play. But ever since that point, they have buckled down, played this composition just beautifully to make it back into this one, and it's their team fighting once again that is really carrying the day.
That's right. They're going to go right through that inhibitor turret, right through the inhibitor. And how long will they stick around? Are they going to try to close it out? About 25 seconds until Winged comes back up, so I think they just may be able to do it. Going for the Nexus turrets right now. They take down number 1. One last-ditch effort fight from Jin Air as Kuzan goes in. Second Nexus turret getting very, very low now. Kuzan getting blown up. No Zonias means no life for you, Vlad. Trace can't quite get a lot done in the back lines. Second Nexus turret very, very low as Samsung cleans up this fight. True Shot Barrage misses, doesn't matter. Che can't do anything. And Samsung ready to end this one, and they will remain undefeated in LCK Summer. GG.
And that sets up, of course, the very exciting match between SKT and Samsung on Saturday, considering that both of these guys still undefeated not only in matches but in game score. Jin Air will take their first best-of-3 loss tonight, but Samsung should never have been in that place in the game to have to make that comeback, but if you have to make one, that was gorgeous.
The thing is now we know they can, so that's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, that is just a really solid win overall, so.
Yep.
And we're going to see who the MVP is in just a second.
Yep.
from that game. Certainly some strong contenders. Ruler, of course, with that double kill in the lane early on, which set him up for success. And then Cube
I like Kube.
doing a lot to help his team bounce back.
Yep. My choice is Kube.
Your choice is Cube.
My choice is Cube. That's right.
So,
Well,
let's
we're choosing right now. That's why we're being distracted, so we can pick the MVP. We're only given 2 choices, though.
apparently we're only giving 2 choices today. Anyway, it will be Victor in that pole position when it comes to damage here. Although Ruler hot on his heels. So Crown just keeping up his incredible damage per minute statistics. And Kuzan did a lot of work that game. He looked good on the Vlad, but the team actually had a very hard time team fighting properly, even with what I would say is a good Vlad composition. I like that one a lot more than some of the other ones we've seen.
Yeah.
But it's still, at the end of the day, with that much zone control from Samsung coming through in the draft, it's really hard.
You gotta wonder too if Kuzan had picked up that Zhonya's hourglass, how those fights would have gone.
I
because,
do wonder that, Doa. I don't think that the death cap was the right call.
Yeah, I mean, man, when you look at a lot of those later team fights in that game, it was a lot of Kuzan going in, doing some damage, but then getting just blown up immediately. So, yeah, a little bit overly aggressive item path perhaps from Kuzan, and that's going to cost Jin Air rather. They're going to go down 0-2. It's only their 3rd match of this season, so
Yeah, they're still 2-1. It's not
Exactly.
like they haven't had good games. And in fact, both of the games tonight, they were competitive. So
yeah, for sure. They were not one-sided.
you do got to call out Pilot's positioning in that last game, though.
Yeah.
Especially that fight in front of the Elder Dragon was a bit of a disaster. And
Well, that was a good series. I mean, in the end, you want it to be, small things that end up deciding who the victor is.
Yep.
That means that both teams played well,
I agree.
generally.
So who will our MVP be?
It's Ruler. We already know that. We picked it a few minutes ago. There's Ruler, 8-1-7 on that Ezreal. He did get that great double kill early on in lane and went on to position extremely well in team fights across the board.
This guy's ridiculous for a rookie. Can you believe
No
it?
kidding.
He's number 1 in MVP points as a rookie right now, Doe. What is
Yeah.
that?
I know. This guy is super good.
And I sound like a broken record, but it's not just his mechanics. You could expect that from solo queue rookies. It's his map awareness and his game sense that's most impressive, combined with his great mechanics.
Well, you really don't see him making the mistakes that you see a lot of rookies make. And, we're talking about a lot of team fight positioning, which is a big part of why he got that MVP for Game 2.
Getting caught out, split pushing on the map, not responding well to pressure, but he does all of these things. So for a new player to feel like an intelligent veteran is a rarity. And can he keep this up? Is this a fluke? I don't know. We've only seen him in 4 best-of-3s now, but he's been pretty damn consistent.
It's exciting, man. It's been a little while since we've had a true superstar kind of emerge in Korea here, and it's very early on, of course, for Ruler. But what a start!
Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible, especially for a guy that wasn't hyped at all.
No, he kind of just came in and started owning people. Look at that cleanse immediately. Helps finish off the Elder Drake, and you got to really give a lot of credit to Kube too in these later team fights. That was another great double stun with the Echo W, and really good stuff overall. So now it's time for our MVP interview, and Steven will be doing some translating for us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a great commentary for today's match. Now we're moving into interview booth with 2 MVP for today's game. It's Crown and Ruler for MVP for today's match. First of all, congratulations for both of you for today's match. And Crown, can you tell me how do you feel about today's match? It's already 4 win for us. We're quite very surprising that we have won 4 straight games in summer season. And I'm very happy about this. And we really want to continue this our condition. Do you think this seasons is for you guys because you guys are showing a great work, tremendous play? When we have a practice, we have some difficulty, but when we playing in the stadium, we're showing a great performance. So I think it's really a great season for us to play against. Ruler, you're a rookie, but you're getting a lot of MVP for overall through the 4 games.
부스 안에 들어갔을 때 좀 떨리거나 그런 게
So
별로 없나요?
don't you have like a nervous while you're playing in the booth?
네, 크라운 형.
I have some nervous while I play, but
이제 찝으면은
when I make a kill during the game, my nervous just went out. So I think that part makes me very good when I play the game.
네.
여러분들이 또 약간 비판을 하셨잖아요. 그거에 대해서 뭐 이렇게 이런 자리가 마련됐으니까 한 말씀
During your early season, many fans make concern about you, Ruler, but you have shown a great performance. So I think this interview booth is for you.
밖에 나오다가 껌을 그냥 생각도 없이
Before in the first interview, I had a gum while I was chewing the gum during the interview, so fans were quite concerned about that. But this time I didn't chew any gum. But I think I could do a better interview job for today.
정말 뭐 큰 이슈가 되긴 했지만 사실
It was quite a big issue because there are not many players actually chewing gum during the interview.
급박하게 인터뷰가
So-
그렇죠. 저희도 바로 내려오거든요.
I think it was very
과정에서 일어났다 해프닝이 아니었나.
quickly they do the interview. That's why I think he chewed the gum during the interview. But I guess it's quite not that big problem, right? So that's what those two
오늘도 이 안에서
어,
막 던지고
commentators talking about.
네, 그러면 1경기 그 경기 내적인 부분에 대해서
So first match, we're gonna talk about some game.
아지르를 또
So you have shown Azir for today's match.
아지르는 뭐 독보적인 원탑입니까?
So do you think the Azir is the #1 champion for this season?
팀 분들도 들을 수 있으니까
예.
그거는
Well, I guess I'm not gonna talk about Azir because maybe other team listening to my interview right now. But I guess I use Azir because I like it because it's very fit to me. So that's why I use Azir.
네.
진짜 애쉬를
Ruler, you have shown a great performance for Ash because you have very great
게임을 이겼단 말이에요.
네.
great work on the tanker for the other team. So
노골적으로 막 들어.
what did you have any like a difficulty using Ash because there are a lot of tankers are coming through to you?
더라고요. 좀 제가 실망.
While I was playing, there were a lot of tanker keep attacking me, so I was very afraid. But many of my teammates helped me out with that issue, so I think I'm pretty good on that part. So now let's move into the video clips.
장면. 또 궁금한 게 마오카이가 오다 안 와요.
In this video clip, there was a Maokai tried to comes in but didn't, and then there was a Trace actually jump into you, but you had a great skill on your crystal arrows. Oh, and then the ruler said we had a great call on going back. So
1세트 바론도 내주기도 했었고요. 경기 역전승을 할 수 있었던 원동력.
the second match, you guys had a very difficult game because there were barons were taken. So can you tell about the what kind of call we're going on during the game?
했어요.
그러면 실제로 후반에 더 좋은 조합이라고 판단하신 건가요?
We had a difficulty, but ambition were trying to gather us up.
그게 전부.
So I think that part we could keep continue.
저희가 한타를 잘해서 그래도
예.
후반 가면은
So what was the main method that you guys have won the second match? And the ruler saying that we had a great team fight and also we had a great farming during the lane. So I think that part lead us to win against Jin Air in the second match.
개인적으로 더 힘드셨나요? 그리고 블라디 픽 같은 건 예상을
Crown, can you tell us what player in Jin Air was difficult for you?
좀더 힘들었던 거.
And can you tell me about the Vladimir pick?
그래서 이어지는 게 블라디가 나왔을 때
I had a tough
어떻게
game with
전혀 나쁠 게 없다고
actually
생각하고 있어요.
with Kuzan about Vladimir, and I think that Vladimir is quite a great pick because the Victor is the Vladimir is kind of counter pick for Victor, and it was very difficult for me during the game. And also, I guess during the team fight, Vladimir shows a great performance. So in that part, we can keep continues to use Victor during Vladimir during the summer
두 번째
season.
경기 이제 바론을 치다가 저희가 그 블라디 생각을 제대로 못 하고
In the second match, you guys have shown a mistake during the Barons. And what do you think about that part? Well, I guess we didn't consider about Vladimir coming in, so we had very huge mistake, but we're keep calling, have a call during the game to keep making a team fight and keep farming to continue this game to the victory.
네, 같이 한번
So now let's look at the video clip.
이 장면이었죠.
So this was the video, the part that Vladimir had a great.
바로 오더를 했나요? 바로 오더에
So who was the guy who made a Baron's call for this time? Well, every teammate were actually are calling for Barons, but I think that was our mistake. But we pretty much wrapped that up.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 누군지 알 것 같아요.
So there were jokes going around that the last interview he didn't know why he were here because there was Miss Cho interviewer. So they were making joke about that why you're here again. So they laugh about that.
그러면서 아 이거 사실 좀 거의 끝났구나라고 생각은 했어요. 저 같은 경우는.
So
근데 이제 상대
as a Cloud Temper said, I think that in the second match you guys almost lost the game because it was pretty tough during the Vladimir was pretty strong. And Crown, you actually die instantly, so that was a huge problem.
들어오면서 렉사이로 이제 저한테 들어오시는 거예요. 그래서
네.
제가
I was quite scared when the Rek'Sai came through to me
빠지기 전에 이제
during the
제가
team fight.
루시안한테 이제 궁을
But
뿌려놓고 갔어요.
I was keep dealing toward the Lucian.
들어오면서 아 이거
So in that part, every champions for Jin-Air were dead.
삼성이 이번 시즌에
So I think in that part we thought that our team fight will win.
네.
너무 분위기가 좋은데 다음 경기가
You guys have great condition, but the next match is SKT.
반드시 넘어야 하는 산인데
So this is the next obstacle for you guys to go through for the summer season victory. So what do you think about SKT?
잘하는 팀이잖아요.
네.
Well, I guess the SKT is pretty great team. They're showing a great performance,
그런 팀이고 선수들인데
but
솔직히 이길 자신은 없어요.
we don't have a full. Be honestly, I don't have that confidence to
네, 진짜 자신은
beat
없는데
against them.
그래도 이기고 싶어요.
But we really want to beat them
정말
for our
페이커 선수가 아니라
summer season victory.
호성이 이제 듀크
네네.
Duke,
그
Faker.
호성이한테 꼭 이기고 싶어서 정말 열심히 할 거고요.
I'm gonna
최선을
practice
다해서.
very hard
그래서
to win against Faker.
솔직히 자신 없는데 꼭
Be honest, we're not that 100% confident, but we really want to make a victory against
오늘도
SKT.
역시 레이스 선수도 정말 빛나는 플레이를 많이 했거든요.
Today, I guess Wraith have shown a great performance throughout the game.
레이스 선수한테 한마디 해주신다면
So can you give any last comment for Wraith, ruler?
맨날 한타 때
Every day,
주셔서
thank you for saving me during the team fight, and I'm really thankful.
네,
I love you.
마지막으로 그 SKT전 뱅 선수가 또 엄청 나잖아요. 그리고 또 뱅 선수 지난 승자 인터뷰 때 룰러 선수
SKT1, this is for last comment. SKT1, Bang was showing a great performance. So, are you confident playing against him, ruler?
기분이 나쁘다고
Well,
써있더라고요.
last time I had an interview about him, and I think he interviewed about my performance. So I really want to show to Bang that I'm really good, even though I'm rookie. So I think that's it for today's interview, and back to you guys.
All right. Well, thanks for the translating, Steven. And man, what a start to the season for Samsung. 4-0 now, 8-0 in individual games. Pretty incredible stuff. But next they face SK Telecom, man. That's going to be a little bit tougher, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, but you can't really take it away from Samsung. They're playing extremely well, and even when they do make mistakes, they make adjustments on the fly in game with their shot calling in order to bounce back, showing they have a lot of versatility and a very strong sense of their win conditions and their team compositions.
Yeah, very true. So Samsung gets the 2-0 over the Jin-Air Green Wings. It looked a little bit iffy here and there, but they were able to make that epic comeback in game number 2 and kind of really proved to me anyway that they were the better team.
Yeah, absolutely. So Samsung maybe a little bit too cocky, especially in that game 2, which could have been a very fast snowball win, and instead went a little bit longer thanks to losing that Baron. But at the end of the day, they find ways to win even when they're behind. Credit to Samsung. Now they are 8-0 in games, 4-0 in best of 3s, and that is impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of good depth from these guys. It's going to be really exciting to see if they can keep it up over the next part of the season. So, in roughly about 35 minutes from now, KT Rolster is going to be taking on the Roxham Tigers. So, don't go anywhere, guys. You can take a little bit of a break. You can chat with people, chat with your fellow OGN Legion friends in the Twitch chat until we're back, until the broadcast is back. But because this is going to be a really interesting match.
Yeah, it will be, and you guys can enjoy your half hour of memeing together.
That's right. 30 minutes of memes. If that doesn't sound like the name of an Oscar-winning motion picture, I don't know what does, Monte Cristo.
Now, Doe and I will be backcasting the next game too.
Yep.
So we will be right back here with you to see the Rocks Tigers versus KT. I'm very curious what this draft is going to be as Doa moves closer to
I gotta
me.
reposition.
Yeah.
That's right. Gotta get a little closer. You know how it is. Yeah.
But yes, it should be a very interesting match considering that both KT and the Rocks Tigers have debuted some really weird drafts. So I have no idea what's going to go on in Pick and Ban.
It's gonna be awesome, guys. About 30 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more LCK Summer. See you then.
I know I should let it go, take a different road when I'm driving home, but I don't want to. Delete your number from my phone instead of calling, asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to. Stay away from your side of town, but it's too late. I'm in your drive right now. I don't know why I don't put it out, baby. We kiss and the flames just get high. Yeah, I know when I hold onto you, baby, I'm all tangled up in barbed wire. I get burned out or learn, I'll be back, give it time. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but
Coming up next, KT Rolster, Rocks Tigers. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
LOL 팬이시라면 누구나 롤챔스 서머의 개막을 기대하셨을 겁니다. 그런데 말입니다. 개막을 앞두고 매우 충격적인 소식이 들려왔습니다.
2016년 썸머부터는 아나운서로는 인사를 드리지 못하게 될 것 같아요.
MVP 인터뷰 이번 시즌부터 저희와 함께 하도록 하겠습니다.
예, 저희가 조은정 아나운서만큼 아름답진 않지만 그래도
왜 조은정 아나운서님이 안 하시는지는 이해가 할 수가 없습니다.
화려한 상부를 시작하겠습니다. 인터뷰 시스템을 바꿨는데 우리 해설자 두 분과 함께
저희 어떻게 잘할 수 있죠?
네, 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
그냥 편하게 게임하다 보니까 이긴 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. 그러면 먼저
처음이시라 그런지 몰라도 잘 못하시더라고요. 제가 더 잘할 것 같아요.
정말 요즘 말로는 극혐이었던 것 같습니다. 그날의 기억은 진짜 지우고 싶었어요. 정말 최악이었어요. 진짜 지옥 같았어요.
동준이 형의 얼굴이 그렇게 흠뻑 젖은 건 처음 봤어요. 그런데 괜찮더라고요. 매력적이었어.
좋았냐?
이었어요. 오지.
쳐 웃으면서 보고만 있어. 이러면서 내가 얼마나 진짜 쳤는지 알아요?
솔직히 망했어요. 그냥 때려칠까 이 생각을 하고 있었는데 어떻게든 해봐야죠. 볼 수 없어요. 저희 현이준이가 있습니다. 거기에 두 번째 경기 8분 때 벽에 한번 꽝 이렇게 부딪히시더라고요. 아주 정말 매서.
그때 심정이 어떠셨나요?
그게 그렇게 어려운 벽도 아닌데 상윤 선수 존재감이 그렇게 와닿진 않았거든요.
피로 때문에 코피를 쏟았다.
예.
네, 이런 얘기를 저희가 들었어요.
응원의 한마디라도 혹시. 저와 동준이 형이 하나가 됐다는 걸 느꼈죠. 우린 달랐어요.
나 자신에게 끊임없이 얘기했어.
우린 달라졌어요.
잘할 수 있어. 난 너무 매력적이야.
그리고 제가 오지엔의 적자 아닙니까?
난 선수들이 좋아할 수밖에 없어. 나하고 인터뷰는 잘할 수밖에 없어. 선수들 반응도 너무 좋았고 우리하고 인터뷰를 즐거워하는 게 눈에 보이더라고요.
크라운 선수 저희와 인터뷰해보니까 어떤가요?
제가 여기 있어서 너무 좋아요.
죄송합니다.
여러분 어제 인터뷰보다 훨씬 낫죠? 예, 엄청났어요.
마지 못했다고 그래주신 것 같은.
아슬아슬하게 승리한 것 같습니다.
장이 어디가 많으니까
접전 끝에.
남탕이어도 괜찮아요.
놓치지 않을 거예요.
롤챔스 서머도 화이팅! 현이준이도 파이팅!
Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. AT Holster. Rocks Tigers. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Yay! Welcome back to LCK Summer, guys. I'm Doa. That's Monte Cristo. And those are Korean casters for a minute, too. But
they're so happy to be in the middle of the stage right now. Just got to clap.
I know, yeah. We're here. They're in the stage. Yeah.
You can do the Korean wave for you guys.
Do the little thumb, finger, heart thing there. There you go. There's a screenshot of the day. We're back. KT versus the Tigers in our second best of 3 today. And this one could be really interesting because they're both okay teams. But are they good teams?
Well, that is the question that springs eternal. Obviously, coming into this one, KT, they had wins over MVP at Longzhu, but got pretty convincingly and devastatingly destroyed by SK Telecom on Monday.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, ROX, MVP and Ever wins, but also, that was last Saturday. ROX got destroyed by SKT on Monday. Everybody's been getting destroyed by SKT, so
that's what they do.
That is what they do. And losing to Samsung as well. So, honestly, neither KT nor ROX have really had success against a team even in the middle of the standings. One of them will have that success today.
Right.
But they haven't been looking great when it comes to taking on the top 3.
Yep, that's right. I mean, and for the ROX Tigers, they're already 2-2, so a loss here would be pretty rough, sending them kind of behind in terms of the win-loss ratio, whereas KT, even if they do lose today, they'll just drop to 2-2. But if they win and go to 3-1, that puts them in a great spot to really kind of contest some of the upper echelons of the ladder here.
Yeah, and it's no secret that, especially the ROX Tigers, when I was casting them on Monday, I was appalled by their drafts against SK Telecom.
I know. I remember that.
I mean, just...
You didn't like the Vlad Swain both games?
I don't tilt very much on Casper. You go back and listen to Game 2. I'm like tilted the entire time because of how terrible the draft was from the ROX Tigers.
Well, we'll see what they can do. Let's take a look at our rankings. Of course, we just saw Samsung get the 2 over the Generic Green Wings. That's going to put them up +8. 4 match wins in a row. Pretty impressive stuff. KT Rolster and ROX Tigers, though, right next to each other in the standings. Opportunity for KT to move up to 3-1, which would be good, and an opportunity for the ROX Tigers to at least move to 3-2. So a lot riding on this match for these two teams, even early on in the season.
And we've seen glimmers of the ROX Tigers from last season. We saw them actually perform pretty decently against Ever when they looked more aggressive once again. But that all went out the window against SKT. Again, these Vlad Swain compositions with no actual engage, and they allowed themselves to be counterpicked in both games by Anivia Sivir.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how you do that on Red Side, but they managed to do it, Doa. I was really impressed with how bad the draft was. It takes effort to have a draft that bad, which is weird because when we think about the ROX Tigers historically, Nofei, their coach, has usually been excellent at drafting. So hopefully we'll just move past that.
They do have a bit of a history of kind of falling apart a little bit against SK Telecom, but
That's true.
Usually they don't do that until the finals of the season or of the World Championships. So it's a little bit surprising to see it in the very first match of the season.
Not looking good. KT, on the other hand, they have a win over MVP and Longzhu, and we've seen some cool stuff from them. I like it when they use their invulnerability compositions, when they use that Pocket Zilean pick that we had. Of course, the Never Die composition of Echo, Taric, Kindred, and Zilean has come out and propelled them to victory. But smart teams are just going to ban the Zilean. They're going to take the Zilean and the Taric away, which is what we've seen. And then KT runs out of gas. Then they start playing things like Aurelion Sol and Veigar in the mid lane, which they played against SKT. Fly had a pretty poor game overall, got solo killed by Faker, and wasn't looking too great for him in the mid lane.
I mean, that's the thing, is that both of these teams have looked so good and so bad already this season. So which is it going to be? And you know, who is it going to be doing the good and the bad? Maybe they'll both be bad. Maybe they'll both be good. I hope they're both going to be good.
That's what I wonder about the world, Doa. It's my personal philosophy. I
Whenever
ask
you
myself,
meet somebody, you're like, maybe they'll be good, maybe they'll be
who
bad.
is going to be the one doing the good and the bad? That's what I say to myself.
And then you choose how to punish the people doing the bad, right? I know where this is going. You've got your like array of super lasers floating up in space. You're like, You have the good and the bad button for each human being.
That's right. My superhero name is the Angel of Judgment.
There you go. That's a long name. You should shorten that down. Whoa, well, we're on camera. I was going to scoot back because usually I move to the other monitor. I'll stay here for this
We're
one.
in our little box.
We LCS now. People can look at
our
us.
little box of rays of the room.
I can't get out.
All right. Enough of that. Let's talk about the Ash ban, which has been a staple of the Rocks Tigers, so very understandable that would be removed from the pool early on. And Nidalee actually against Score. Usually it's the other teams banning it against Peanut. But Peanut has been underwhelming this season so far. He went from a regular season 66% first blood contribution to bottom of the starting junglers at 22% so far this season. So he has not doing the same amount of work, especially in the early game that he used to.
Conversely, and perhaps weirdly, the Tigers have gotten up to number 1 in the league for warding per minute as a team, which is
it's like Bizarro Tigers. I don't know what's going on. Their statistics have been quite unusual compared to what we were used to seeing from them in the spring, and now look at the Kindred ban. So pretty standard bans here, except for the Pocket Ash, but no sign of Zillion.
Not yet. Maybe this last one from the Tigers. What's it going to be? It's going to be the Varus. Okay, so they're worried about the damage coming out of Fly in the mid lane.
Yeah, needless to say, we didn't mention this, but Cry is going to be playing in the mid lane today.
Right.
As you can see on your screen right there, just in case you missed it. He did have, on an individual level, a pretty good Vladimir game in Game 2 versus SKT. And KT, probably not going to be prioritizing that Caitlyn pick. Maybe Aurelia will come out once the Trinity Force changes come through, but for now, the Azir is going to be quite likely.
Yep, there it is. First pick, Azir. I feel like this is kind of a behind-the-scenes at OGN thinking they could see what we're doing during the pick ban. We're actually
I'm writing picks and bans down. I know it's really exciting. See, I have a sheet. It has a bunch of boxes on it.
This is the kind of content the fans want, though. They demand this. So, like, we want to see Monty Doa writing stuff down during picks and bans.
Well, they're getting their wish.
Oh, please pick the Amumu.
Well,
please do it. He's not going to do it. But
they did lose to the Amumu pick.
They did when they played MVP. MVP rocked the Amumu and rocks hard.
It was well played, but also not adequately punished by the Rocks Tigers. And instead, I think the Lucian is a good call. Echo Lucian here.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
They didn't pick Swain. I'm happy about that. That's been
There's always
a problem
a
for them. As Smeb has been not great on the Swain this season. Struggled a bit on Fizz, struggled a bit on Swain, but they put a very heavy emphasis on the early Swain picks in their last draft, and I don't really know why. I don't really know why. Well, I didn't know why about anything in that draft. This draft making much more sense so far, and now I guess everybody's just going to hover the Amumu. Score, on the other hand, speaking of first blood percentages, he's at 57% this season, so very close to the top of the league. You know who's number 1?
Who?
Bengi. 75% over the 4 games that he's played.
That's right. Bengi is really coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, he's been doing really well. The other weird thing about Peanut is that he is the lowest among starting junglers in gold differential at 10 minutes, too, at -212, which is also a huge difference from last season where he was number 2 out of junglers. And he was number 1 out of starting junglers. He was only beaten by Crash. So even though he wasn't farming a lot, he was getting those first bloods, getting those kills, turning that into a gold lead, and it just hasn't happened this season.
Right. So Elise and Ezreal locked in for KT. So some pick potential and also some good kiting, some good damage, of course, from that Ezreal late. And what are the Rocks Tigers going to go with here?
Just taking the Ez nice and early in the draft after having seen the Lucian.
Well, Gorilla was kind of the original Janna here in Korea anyway.
After the great Season 4 Janna revival.
That's right.
He was spearheading that one back on Najin White Shield. Thinking about actually taking a GP. Not a whole lot of GP being played here in Korea. I like the Lee Sin grab if they couple it with a Karma for some very fast, speedy engages, although the Rek'Sai could serve the same purpose.
Maybe Karma Rek'Sai. Do you realize we could put on a puppet show right now with this camera angle? We'd just like, hello. What are you going to pick on, Chris?
No, you have to get under the desk in order for that to work. Yeah, get down.
Well, I mean, I could have like the dancing, floating magical pen. Look. Whoa, how is it doing that? That's magic.
No, you're an illusionist now.
Whoa. Wow.
At least you have another career if
Look, my other
casting
hand
fails.
wasn't doing anything. It's amazing.
Okay. KT here, Hachani has preferred that Tarek win available, even though we've seen it banned a number of times. And Vladimir still on the table.
We saw the Renekton once, but it was not very good.
Yes, I would not definitely recommend taking that Renekton with the Maokai is an option, and someday, even though Renekton is his most played champion of all time, it's not the time or the place in the meta for Renekton at the moment.
Right.
Could use some love, and especially with the 50-50 nature of lane swaps, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. Okay.
Yes, he did.
So going for...
Oh! Switching to Shen, really?
Wow, okay.
Taking the Shen. That'd be the second time we've seen that this season, I believe.
Yes, but the first time was CJ attempting to play it into SK Telecom, and
yeah,
that did not work out well. They tried to play Shen Twitch. Last pick will be the LeBlanc, actually, for Cry. We'll see how he can do on that champion compared to Kuro, who is a known and noted LeBlanc player.
It's a good, strong pick for the mid lane.
Now, I'm curious how this Shen is going to work out and what exactly the itemization is going to be. Again, very low wave pressure early, so he may get bullied around by the Echo. I haven't seen too much top lane Shen since his rework, but he did struggle in the match we saw him up against the Maokai, and he took a lot of chip damage onto his turret. But his champion-to-champion traits and his 1v1 potential in the top lane is pretty good, considering he does get those powered-up auto attacks now.
Yep.
And he's great at kiting because of the dodge field he creates.
That's true.
So he's very good at keeping people alive in the back line.
He does have that sword that follows him around now.
Yeah, nothing says stealthy like a giant neon sword following you wherever you go.
He really didn't become a better ninja during his rework, did he?
No, he didn't.
Kind of became a worse ninja.
He became
Yeah.
a much worse ninja, actually. You wouldn't have thought that was possible.
I know, right?
But now he has a giant glowing sword with him at all times.
It just gets worse.
And why is his ability called Twilight Assault if he's a ninja, by the way? When do you associate ninjas with assaulting?
Well, I mean, I suppose murdering someone is a form of assault, isn't it?
Legally, I suppose, yes. But technically, should it be like Twilight Assassination?
Yeah, Twilight Assassin. That sounds much cooler. Or Twilight Kill Ya. Well, let's go into game number one, guys. KT versus Tigers. CU jumps out to this early lead in a best of 3 here on LCK Summer on OGN. All right, here we go. Hey, guess what Drake it is? I bet you can't. It's a Cloud Drake. Oh, yeah. Our favorite Drake. What do you know?
We've only seen, what, 5, 6 of them tonight already?
This would be the
sixth or seventh.
We've seen 6 Cloud Drakes and 1 Ocean Drake. The most boring night of Dragons on League of Legends ever. As we move into KT versus Tigers game number 1, it's going to be a fun set of matches except for the Dragons.
Wow, Spirit's Refuge going to be coming in here. And that's the, in this matchup, if we do get the 1v1, considering that he can nullify Echo's stacking of his passive, the Z-Drive Resonance, I'm curious how that is going to affect things, because that does account for quite a bit of the trading damage with Echo, if you're able to get that. So take a look, see how Sumday's going to play it. Someday never shying away from weird picks. As you can see, Yasuo did come in their last match against SK Telecom. It was not good.
I love the ambition, the attempt, you know?
Do you? Is that what you love?
I do. I really do. Well, there's the big old sword. Hanging out. Spirit's Refuge. Right? Because if anything ninjas are known for, it's providing refuge to people.
Yeah, they're really good at that, as I understand. They're very generous, taking people into their domain and protecting them. Protection is the first word that I think of when I think of ninjas.
Yeah, well, you know, they stand up to the samurai for the little guy. That's their campaign slogan, standing up to the samurai for the little guy. Johnny, uh-oh, you may have delved too greedily and too deep. Exhaust onto Smeb as Johnny flashes away. Arrow comes in for a bit more damage. Blue buff does go over to Smeb in the end. Oh, wait, no. Goes over to Peanut. My bad. My bad.
Gorilla will respond with a tap onto the mid lane. You know, Hachani nearly died again right there. He did actually die in their last series.
Yeah, he did.
That was actually one of my favorite Hachani moments of all time, where he went into the enemy red buff at level 1 while the jungler was there. He then proceeded to flash into the red buff to steal it, but then immediately gave up first blood and gave the red buff back. I was like, that is the maximum amount of Hachani that I've ever seen.
That is 150% Hachani in that play right there.
That was so funny.
He like transcended Hachani and became like Super Saiyan Hachani, you know?
It was a special new Hachani moment for all of us to enjoy.
It was. How deep does the Hachani rabbit hole go? Where? Well, we know now. Or at least we think we do. Until the next time.
Well, Hachani probably not going to need his flash, so that play probably won't be the biggest deal.
How about his exhaust? How about Arrow's summoner heal?
No, they'll probably all be back up by the time this lane swap settles out. So
probably. Well, it is a lane swap, so there probably isn't going to be a ton of action.
Smeb
the initial phases.
Smacking away with his bat.
Yep.
It's a nice little cricket bat.
It's not really a sword, is it? Yeah,
it's a cricket bat.
A cricket bat, yeah. So they play cricket in Runeterra, huh? Out of all the sports they could have picked from Earth, they picked cricket. Really, Riot? You picked cricket.
You mean really, Runeterra champions? Why would you pick cricket?
Well, I mean, I guess they were just kind of, oh, Gorilla gets caught a little bit. Ults, not ults, but uses that mantra rather to speed himself over the E. Has to flash in the end to avoid the damage from Fly.
If Hachani had flash, he probably could have gotten that kill. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just
that's a good point. Well, I think they picked cricket because they wanted to pick the longest game possible, and that's kind of the idea here.
So Hachani didn't show. This means that they have no idea the Nami is still there, and they're making a big-time statement as they head into the 1v1. Prey.
He knows. He's got to know what's up here. Well, if you're gonna go for it, you got to go for it now.
Hello?
Arrow coming
KT?
back. I think you want to go for this one, right?
Maybe they're waiting for Gorilla for the round 2.
Oh, here comes a ward though. Or not. All right, Cocoon on the Gorilla, and he is not going to make it out of this, I think. No, double teleport coming in for Rox Tigers. KT on the run now as Prey goes ahead. Score has to flash away. Here comes Cry, chains onto Hachani. Parallel convergence goes down. There's first blood for Prey. And this match is already living up to our expectations, I gotta say. Oh, goodbye, Score. There's another kill for the Rox Tigers. And that was not the greatest gank of all time. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. Nice flash, bro. Oh, man, it's a nightmare. Double chains, double the excitement. Cry gets the kill.
I'm dying, though.
You're not as dying as much as KT, though. That's the issue here.
That whole setup.
We NA Challenger now.
Oh, my God. So, first off, to start that, KT's idea to catch Gorilla there wasn't that bad. But as soon as they didn't get the kill, they're like, all right, here's the game plan. We're going to let Smeb push all the way down to our tier 2 because we're not actually going to be swapping right here. We're going to recall our Ezreal and sending them. They're like, what should we wait for to kill him? Yes, the tier Ezreal.
Let's watch this again.
Tier Ezreal. We need the tier Ezreal here to help us. Gorilla's just like, what? Mantra, shield, and then they play against 2 TPs, and they know there's no pressure, and Smeb just recalled the base, and they think that they could actually pull this one off.
I don't know, man. I look at this, and I'm like, you know, maybe NA does have a chance at Worlds this year. Maybe they do.
My favorite part was Arrow going back into the mid lane and then getting
I know, right?
knocked up and killed also. So I guess let's just feed all the members of the Rox Tigers. Well,
yeah.
Rox isn't going to have to do much of this game. They have a LeBlanc and a Lucian with kills already, and they're going to take over the early game. Cry's like, well, if you're going to play like that, I'm going to buy Darksteel.
Yeah, just go right into that Magi's, man.
Well, at least Someday got some farm, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's really helpful on the Shen.
He's going to balance out with Smeb, though, because Smeb has a huge wave, which will put him pretty much equal in the farm category, because Smeb got to farm all the way down to the tier 2 because KT did the weirdest lane swap ever. That's why you don't do lane swaps like that, because you lose so much tempo. But man, the communication there was an issue for KT. Not even knowing where the Echo was.
That
and
was
then-
one of the,
and
like-
then committing to that.
That was
Oh,
one of the
boy.
biggest team fails I think I've ever seen.
It was
on-
really
on-
bad. Truly,
Gen, yeah.
truly awful.
That was impressive. Man, Yui Bowl couldn't have directed that play better.
But the fact is, they spent so much time doing it that look at Prey's CS now.
Yeah. And he's got a kill and an assist
Also,
as well.
Cry also somehow got a bunch of CS out of that entire shenanigans. I don't even know how you do that after you TP into the bottom side. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just laughing too hard.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I did enjoy it.
There's a point where the plays become so bad that you aren't tilted. You're just entertained. Really,
I was
at that point.
thoroughly entertained by that.
There you go. Silver lining. You'll have to tell KT that after the match. You're like, that was horrible, but you kept me entertained. Thanks.
But it was a good chuckle.
Yep. Good for a laugh, those KT Rolster players. I feel like we've gone through the 5 stages of grief with you and KT over the years, and you finally reached acceptance just now.
Yeah, my least favorite KT team, the KT Arrows, was the one that actually won the championship
I know, right?
instead of the Bullets. Yeah, bad times.
Hey, you made a bad choice, you know? Unlucky!
That's what they tell me.
Well, Fly used the Emperor's Divide there, trying to make a play on the Cry, but Cry just got right back out of there. And now it's 9 minutes into the game, and Rox Tigers have a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, about 2.5.
Well, that's the kind of day it's going to be in. Again, with the Rox Tigers composition, really couldn't be worse for KT. They were looking to scale with Azir and the Ezreal. Now they've got to deal with this LeBlanc and this Lucian with a huge lead already.
The thing is, too,
Ezreal's just going to be useless forever, by the way, too, because he is 30 CS behind.
The thing is, too, that the Rox Tigers are very good at closing games quickly. Even this season where some of the games have
I
been
guess
kind of
ever they were very good at closing.
Yeah, so if you get behind the Rox Tigers like this, they are probably not going to show you a lot of mercy.
No, they won't. Cry already has 3 Dark Steel stacks, too, I think.
Sweet. Squinting to try to see it. I think that looks like a... yeah, it looks like a 3 on my tiny screen, too. Oh, why not get the Rift Herald?
Yeah, this is one of those times where it's like, well, might as well.
Yeah. No reason not to.
Gonna go for the Cloud Drake. Good joke.
Yeah. Give it over to Smeb. One of those few times the Rift Herald is
I think that just shows us
more
how
valuable.
bad the Cloud Drake is right there.
Well, you told me an interesting stat about the Cloud Drake.
Oh yeah,
buffs
Deficio.
Before between
Deficio,
games, yeah.
Deficio tweeted this, guys. I thought it was hilarious. So apparently they did the casters in Europe did some internal testing on the Cloud Drake, and they figured out that with one Cloud Drake stack, it makes walking from bot lane to mid a whopping 0.5 seconds faster.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That is a good buff. That Cloud Drake.
And who's gonna stake a possibly game-losing team fight on that?
Yep.
Nobody.
GG Cloud Drake. Oh man.
The best part about Cloud Drake is removing it so you can get a real Drake next time.
that's right. That's the idea. Oh, Cocoon. Tried to catch Cry there, but wasn't able to do it. What if the Cloud Drake increased attack speed?
Might be a little bit too powerful, because the problem is you can't scale attack speed. So if you give a percentage attack speed, you're going to be giving that buff immediately. Whereas at least Infernal Drake, because it's percentage of attack damage and AP, means that it's not like usually an immediate buff in the early game.
What if, when you took damage, it activated a speed boost for a temporary time?
That would be broken.
What if you just were always boosted? I don't know.
You could always make the argument that you could have some sort of percentage armor and MR boost to counteract the attack damage and AP boost.
What does that have to do with air, though?
Dodging.
It's got to be an air theme. Well, dodging, that's... Hey, we don't say that word in League of Legends anymore, all right?
We have Shen. I'm sorry, we actually are going to talk about that there during this game.
Shadow Dash.
No,
is the
he
ability, not
creates a dodge. He creates a dodge field.
That's true, he does actually, doesn't he? Dodge is back, guys. His W gives you dodge.
Is an Infernal Drake next, which is also super bad for KT because there's no way that they can fight it as a result of having super starved Ezreal and a Lucian. against him. So basically that's going to be free for the Rocks Tigers, barring some sort of absolute calamity for them.
Super starved Ezreal sounds like the least exciting action figure League of Legends has ever produced. He's really skinny and doesn't have a lot of energy to move around.
He's also one of the most or least exciting champions that League of Legends has ever produced, coincidentally.
It's also true.
He just sits there wallowing in his tier of the goddess.
A single tier in his inventory.
Well, Ghostblade already done onto Prey.
Not bad.
Cole too, and he's gonna walk in the mid lane and.
Oh, he didn't pop his Ghostblade before he did that though.
What a move.
Yeah. He's fired. You're fired, Prey. You're fired. I guess we better get used to hearing that.
No,
elected president.
no, I will not get used to hearing that. I'm glad we live in Korea, Doa. We're safe here.
For now.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
It was down to 1 HP. Score didn't have the smite. The 1 HP.
That's the second time we've seen that happen in this week. A 1 HP buff going over the other side.
Nice stealer from Gorilla. There's one more thing going wrong. Now the Azir doesn't get the blue buff. Prey is already in the mid lane, while LeBlanc is going to split push with teleport. So really early lane reassignments here from the Rocks Tigers. Interesting, but considering that they know they can already outduel anybody with this LeBlanc, you might as well just, why not do this?
True. Oh, red buff was not taken by Peanut. Wasn't able to quite steal that away, I believe.
This is the sad time where your Arrow, where you actually can't walk into any lane or you're going to die.
Yeah.
So people are going to criticize Arrow, being like, why is he doing nothing? Why is he not farming? Well, his only other alternative right now is walk into lane against LeBlanc with Morello, Namicon, and Darksteel. He will die. So don't do that if you're Arrow. He basically just has to sit in the mid lane and collect this minion wave that Azir had to recall.
Yep. Well, Cry down in bot lane now. Doing a bit of pushing. And you can see from the warding, actually the warding is really good from the Rocks Tigers, which is weird to say, but this season they actually have been doing a bit better with vision.
Well, they've been doing a lot better. They're no longer the number 10 team in the league in wards per minute.
They're the number 1 team in the league right now, which is bizarre. Number 1 or number 2?
Number 2. They're number 2. Jin Air is actually number 1 in terms of both wards placed and wards cleared.
Right. Okay, they're number 2.
But I don't know that
good.
It may have changed after those Jin Air games that we saw earlier tonight.
Well, they would have moved from number 1 to more number 1?
Well, it could have dropped to lower than the Rocks Tigers. That's a possibility.
I feel like they
were only like
at least
0.02 away, so definitely a possibility.
I mean, they also have longer games too, so that makes the Rocks Tigers stat, I think, even more impressive.
Yeah. Well, depends. You can run out of wards in the late game if you don't have inventory slots. So, I haven't really thought about game length and wards per minute. We're just going to wait here for the Infernal Drake.
Yep.
That's what everyone's excited about, Infernal Drake.
I'm excited about it. Yay, Infernal Drake.
Peanut is Tremor Sensing.
Yep, fine score there, probably.
Oh, yes.
Well, Gorilla finds him.
Everybody finds him. Poking away at score.
Yep. Run! Oh. Even got hit with the mastery. All right, they're going for the tier 2 already. Two-shot barrage takes a chunk out of the minion wave.
Basically all they could hope for. You just don't recover from a botched play like that KT made, especially against the Rocks Tigers team composition. Why even do that? You wanted to scale in the first place. Stop trying to be fancy and get kills. Kills aren't even worth that much. The farm that you can get on your top laner is a much more valuable aspect of this game in a lane swap anyway. Bizarre. Not sure what KT's thought process there was.
It was probably a bizarre thought process.
Like I said, I think they just got overeager because they got the drop onto Gorilla previously, and that actually did work. So they tunneled really hard on getting some sort of follow-up kill, but it took so long for Arrow to get over to that side of the map that they just ended up standing around and then feeding 3 kills over.
Yeah. It was a nice attempt from Prey and Gorilla a moment ago to try to catch Fly. It's very close. Someday, waiting to stand united with somebody on his team. And it failed pretty hard when we saw it with Twitch last time.
They didn't even really use Stand United in
No.
that game. Tara really struggling
Well, they never tried to make an aggressive play with it. That's the thing. And they got so far behind that a defensive play was just never going to actually have any effect.
Well, yeah, exactly. They lost all their lanes, so they couldn't actually make an offensive play with it.
Sure. Shen just is really bad at forgetting his sword everywhere. Maybe that's what happened is Shen has his sword, right, and he kept forgetting it everywhere. So finally, the like mystical ninja teachers or whoever he reports to was like, you know what, Shen, we're just gonna like enhance. We're gonna enchant your sword so that it always comes back to you whenever you do anything, because you were forgetting it so much. And this is an expensive sword. It was made 2,000 years ago from Meteor. Look at the damage from Cry.
That's why Arrow can't farm.
Yep. And
it's going to get even harder now, Doa.
Yep, there's even more damage for the Rocks Tigers. One Infernal Drake coming right up. And this game is more or less, do I dare say it?
It's over.
Okay. You said it, not me.
Especially, so talking about the Rocks Tigers, certainly they were gifted this game. But at the same time, we have to respect their lane assignments because most teams would not have moved LeBlanc into that side lane at 13 minutes. They wouldn't have put a Youmuu's Ghostblade Lucian in, but that is absolutely the right move to apply the most pressure.
Yeah.
And they're pulling it off. And especially because Fly went for a Negatron cloak, and now he's got to deal with a Ghostblade Lucian in the mid lane. Like, there's no way he can actually fight this guy, and he spent 700 gold on an item that really doesn't do anything for him.
It's refund. Wow, Cry tries to steal that red buff. Doesn't get it.
And Rox is just pushing all their advantages right now. They're not overcommitting.
Yeah.
Just poke them out.
Smeb got found by Someday there. Trying to back away. Rocks Tiger still focusing on that mid lane turret though, more than anything. And they get it. Not at the moment it looks like, but no rush.
Yeah, LeBlanc could just go back to the bottom side. They can recall, get some more vision down, set up for a few more picks. Just keep on rolling with their 20-minute 5,000 gold lead, which is about to be growing even larger. KT lucky that due to the lane swap, they are not going to get perfect gamed. There's not that possibility on the table anymore. Maybe they did get a turret.
Someday. Trying to. Ooh, he went for the Shadow Dash, but he didn't quite catch Smeb. If he could have, that might have been very dangerous. It still may be.
He has no mana.
Yeah, Smeb's in a bit of trouble here. Can he TP away? Probably not. Here comes Gorilla. Nice, slow, nice shield. Wow, Gorilla is saving the day there.
And nobody's in the bottom side. Ooh, Prey. Knows that the Azir ult and the barrier were still up, so doesn't actually go after that. But guess what? Peanut just ults into the bottom side. They'll trade a tier 2 for a tier 1.
Not a bad trade if you are the Rocks Tigers. There it goes. So the lead continues to slowly grow for the Tigers. It's up to about 5,500 gold right now.
Well, the real problem for KT is they can only farm 2 lanes on the map right now because they can't go anywhere near Cry. So the gold lead, like you said, is going to balloon over time because Rox is just going to be able to continuously farm all 3 with their TPs. They don't really have to do anything. They don't even have to use their TPs. They can just sit in those lanes and farm forever. And I'm not sure giving Someday all of this farm is the way for them to get back into this game. But meanwhile, Prey is now up 218 to 137 CS over Arrow.
That's a lot.
Nobody can walk over there. They're going to try and send Azir against Echo and see if that will work. But Echo already has the Spirit Visage and the Merc Treads and another Negatron Cloak. So he's not really going to be taking any kind of AP damage. And KT is very AP heavy, so Smeb's itemization is apt for this scenario. They have 4 AP champions and an Ezreal. Can basically handle anything that's thrown at him with this build. I like it.
Very true. And so, Rocks Tigers, I mean, when they finally find KT, when they finally get that team fight, could be very one-sided.
Azir has to be super careful in this side lane, too, that he isn't ganked out here by the Rex side. They could use some more deep wards, Rocks Tigers in the enemy jungle.
Scry. There's two-shot barrage going through the minion wave again. That turret very low. Culling popped. Forces a lot of members of KT away. Gives him a little bit of life loss.
Just giving him the life loss.
That's right.
Here you go, life loss for free.
The gift of lost life. Sounds very sinister. See, when you're a caster, sometimes you start to say one sentence and decide to turn it into a different sentence. And
It's one of the most exciting parts about casting.
it is, really. It happens to everybody. Ask him, yeah.
You don't even know what you're doing a lot of the time.
No. But it all turns out okay in the end, doesn't it? Usually. I don't think either. You know, the funny thing is, I was about to say the sentence, I don't think any of us have ever misspoke. That's, never mind. I give up. It turned out fine.
It did turn out fine. See, it turned into a funny story. So.
Yeah. And we laughed. We shared a humorous moment with each other and the fans.
A hearty chuckle was
That's
had
right.
by all.
It was great. Good for us. Well, Rox Tigers just kind of biding their time now, really.
I mean, they're just farming, and that's all they have to do.
Yep.
Somebody's up here right now to help take that blue buff. The KT is, they have to move as a 5-man unit or else they die. And KT is happy with this scenario. It's just like, okay, well, we're just going to grow and grow and grow our gold lead. What are you going to do about it? Sitting in a pink ward waiting to ambush somebody who comes with a red buff when it spawns.
Dragon's up in a couple seconds here. Red buff.
They don't know Cry is there.
The phage is real. Whoa, that's a lot of damage on that Elise. Score has to book it out of there immediately. Red buff does go over to Peanut, I believe.
Yes, it's on Peanut right now.
Yep. Smoke that away, and it's a Mountain Drake. Wow, things just keep getting better for the Rox Tigers. Oh, man.
Mountain Drake pretty good in that split push scenario with the 1-3-1 and the double teleport.
I've heard. Well, when it rains, it pours for KT Rolster. And even though it never does rain on Summoner's Rift, apparently.
It doesn't even snow anymore. Just
Yeah.
one season. Global warming has struck.
I guess so.
Summoner's Rift, perpetually summer.
Yep. Might as well call it Summer Rift.
No, it's not a rift. If they're going to change the name, they need to remove the summoner, which doesn't exist anymore in League of Legends.
Well, what would we still haven't found out a name for the map. Like Summer Forest, maybe?
There you go.
I'd call it like Green Zone, but that was already taken by Sonic the Hedgehog a long time ago.
It's all right.
Green Hills?
Riot loves copying other intellectual properties, so I'm sure they'll be okay with it.
There you go. Ah, yes. Well, oh. Cocoon. Not hit. And you're getting even lower, but doesn't really matter. Rox will take it out when they feel like it. I mean, the Tigers will. Remember, they don't want us to say Rox. They just want to be the Tigers.
I just want to be the Tigers on the screen. It's okay. Let's call them Rocks.
The Tigers on the screen. The Rox. I don't know. Somewhere else on the internet. Social media, probably.
Tigers
Oh,
on the
it's a
screen,
cloud
but Rocks in the tag.
Rocks in the tag. That's right. Yep.
Although this is just one of those games that there's nothing to talk about because...
I mean, because
because
KT...
of level 1.
Wait, let me analyze this for you. I got it. So KT really can't do a whole lot right now because they're vastly weaker than the Rox Tigers. And the Rox Tigers aren't incentivized by being more aggressive.
Well,
here comes a teleport. As I say it, immediately the opposite happens. But this is all just a clever ruse to zone KT away from the mid lane turret, which is already down.
The ruse has been enacted and is successful. So I'm just going to block him off there. They take out the Azir turret, I guess.
You sure it's ruse and not ruse? I mean, it's
not. Ruse is a Bolton.
It's not
ruse
ruse
is a scheme.
I was gonna say, well, it's not ruse Bolton. Hence, going off of the Game of Thrones naming conventions, it should be ruse.
Okay. It's not spelled the same either, but that's fine.
Are you kidding? There's other names in Game of Thrones that are just like other words, like Stark. That's pronounced the same way.
It's also spelled the same.
It's a pretty stark realization
It's
for you, I know.
It's spelled the same too.
Yeah.
Not like ruse and ruse.
Well, we all hate that character, so.
Yep, someday it's just going to get some split pushing done, I guess.
All right. He's being allowed to split push. Here comes Smeb. 7,000 gold, now the lead for the Rocks Tigers. They continue to increase that.
Peanut, thinking about cutting him off, they do change their mind, however.
You know, the sword flies towards Shen point first. That seems really unsafe.
It's a spirit sword, though, so he's got control over it with his mind. He's not going to cut himself.
I guess. What about
It's
other
like
people?
Aurelia. That's why she has all those swords flying around herself all the time.
Yeah, but like, what about when the sword's flying towards him and somebody else gets in the way, you know? That he doesn't intend.
That's how accidents happen.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
actually how Shen's dad died.
Got dark fast. Shen's out like picking up the morning newspaper.
They thought it was Zed, but it really wasn't.
Oh.
It was just, it was a ninja school accident.
I hate it when that happens. That sounds too much like the Lee Sin story. Now that is dark, man. Goes blind, basically turns the entire village, men, women, and children inside out. Oops. It happens. Time to retire him to the League of Legends.
Time to spend a lifetime embroiled in violent acts against other people and or creatures.
That's right. You know, to atone for your randomly violent act.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I think that all lines up ethically.
I think we're in a good place with that one. Rocks Tigers trying to put themselves in a good place to finish this game up. Now they're starting to really put a lot of control over the enemy side of the map. Red buff goes over to Peanut again. And Cry just already doing damage to that mid lane tier 2.
Yep, it's a slow grind here.
Sure is.
Rocks have no reason to fight. Just don't want that Shen to actually affect this game in any way.
Nope.
Just poke him out with the Ghost Blade
Shen.
culling.
Hi. Oh, right on the Cry. Actually, they get a nice shadow dash onto him. Cry in a little bit of trouble, maybe. Meanwhile, a turret does go down in favor of the Rocks Tigers. Cry still alive for the moment. Score has to back away. Tidal Wave comes through. Someday shadow dashing out of the fight now. Parallel convergence zones quite nicely. And the Rocks Tigers get out. The fact that they couldn't even pick up a kill on the Cry during that scenario where they completely caught him unawares, that is not a good sign for KT Rolster.
Well, though, they also didn't have any damage. We're talking about a Cowl Locket Elise and a pure tank Shen. So they can catch him out with CC, but there's nothing to actually kill him and all of that.
It's true.
Not going to be too successful. Oh, Luden's Echo now. You know, whatever, Void Staff.
Yeah, man.
Massive AoE damage from Cry.
Make it happen.
Prey has 3,000 more gold than Arrow.
Yeah, pretty much everybody. Well, mid-end 80 carry from the Rocks Tigers are at least 2.5 ahead of their lane opponents.
That's what you get from farming an extra lane for the last 30 minutes.
Certainly does help.
Rocks can go for this Baron pretty much anytime they want.
Yep. Well, this isn't saying good things about Shen, really.
Actually, Sunday's doing okay in spite of everything that happened.
Yeah.
He's winning these duels against Echo, which...
Can he turn a team fight around, though?
Well, he's got to be the carry.
That I have
He's
my
got to
doubts
do
on.
it with full tank items.
Yeah, so the answer is no, is what you're saying?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Unless he hits the world's best Shadow Dash and hits all of their carries at once, and then they all explode to Azir Sand Soldiers.
Unless, like, he gets out like a Ouija board and channels the Spirit of Flame from 2 years ago. It's an amazing, like, flash taunt on 4 people. Unless he does that.
Rock should just go for this Baron. I don't know why they're messing around with the turrets now. They have all the waves pressed up. Looks like they are pinging it and heading backwards. Rock's leaving Cry behind just to clear that out and be the last person through the jungle.
They've got that Mountain Drake, so the Baron actually falling fairly quickly. Here comes KT. This is a fight they need to win. Baron very, very low. Can they steal it? No, not quite. Scored, goes for it. Tries to make a play, can't do it. Nice culling through the middle of everybody. Good zoning from the Rockstars as well. Parallel convergence for the double stun on the Someday and Score. And Rocks Tigers already getting a big lead in this team fight. They don't need to try to chase this. They've got the Baron buff. They can just push lanes.
Yeah, they have the priority on the lanes already. Just go ahead, push those minion waves forward. Use recall onto Smeb, and he's just going to ult right back in after getting a buy completed.
That's right. so KT is 11,000 gold down now. And what can you do? It's a rhetorical question. You don't need to answer that.
I'm going to answer it.
Go, okay, go ahead.
Nothing.
Whoa. Great analysis. All right, well, there goes the turret. You know, there's still a Cloud Drake they can take.
Oh, goody.
Take the Drake.
I think they should take some base turrets instead. Go for the inhibitors.
I suppose.
I don't think we need this game to last any longer. We just go back and get a more normal game of League of Legends going in the best of 3. That is the nice thing about best of 3s, is that at least if you take a risk and totally mess it up like KT did, it's not the end of the world. You can still actually come back and win the series.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of those NA fans are enjoying the best of 3 format now. It is vastly superior. I'm glad that the LCS switched over.
It's pretty awesome. And of course, it's nice that we have the best of 2 for the Europeans, because they love ties so much. So
yeah,
everybody gets what they want. It's great. There goes inhibitor number 1 in the mid lane. And wow, inhibitor turret down the bot lane, already about half health. They catch the score out with the parallel convergence. Just going to zone, just going to get that turret. Someday, trying to do what he can on the Shen. Here comes the tidal wave. Hits a lot of people, forces Prey to flash back. Smeb on the run as well. The Rock Tigers getting a bit low with that Karma speed boost, so they should be able to disengage this pretty easily. Uh-oh, Peanut caught out. Smeb trying to recall. That's a dangerous place to recall, Smeb. That was a bad idea. He's got the GA at least. He's going to come back with even more health. There we go.
Got him by the taunt.
Wow. Unlucky! Oh, goes
nice
back in though. Yeah, man, good damage on the KT from that Echo ult. And now the culling through. Oh, it's a shooting gallery. Double kill already from Prey. He's got 3. Can he get 4? There's 4. One more, and Peanut!
No!
Peanut denies the pentakill.
That was one of the best pentakill setups I've ever seen, Noah. It was so easy to give that over to Prey.
I wish we had a player shot right now. That's tragic that we don't. That's going to be the end of the game, and, and the Rocks Tigers at about 35 minutes are going to close this one out. Prey's going to take the commercial break to probably physically assault Peanut for denying his pentakill, but I can't blame him. I'm behind him 100%.
That's actually scary for Peanut, because Prey is literally 3 times his size.
Prey could break him in half. Like, Peanut could ride inside Prey like a Gundam robot.
Basically,
that's the size difference we're talking about.
Prey and Peanut is like Willump and Nunu.
That's true.
Like, that's
very true.
They could actually like cosplay as that, and it would be acceptable.
Yeah. So how about that? The Rocks Tigers getting their win, and it did not look hard at all. It's in fact quite easy. But KT has a chance to come back in game number 2. You know, that's the kind of game where...
Without any silly early game stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad start. What can you do?
Well played by the Rocks Tigers, though. They took those 3 kills and they turned them... They snowballed that really smoothly into a game win with basically no chance for KT to ever come back.
Yeah, they did it about as fast as you can in League of Legends right now. And so... let's take just a look at some of the highlights for Prey.
This is such a good turnaround, though. Look at Smeb. Even though he got taunted off that recall, gets an amazing chrono break in. And then where did Peanut steal this?
It was the 4th one, I believe.
How did he even steal this?
Probably does with Prey Seeker or something, right? Oh. I think,
wow, just an auto attack.
Yeah, what a jerk.
That was totally unnecessary.
He's fired.
Poor Prey.
Only the quadra kill. Oh, well. Well, what can you do?
What can you do? Go to game number 2. That's what you could do. Personally, I hope the next game or 2 is a lot better than that first game, less reliant on those wacky early shot calls from KT. It was funny, but then there was 30 minutes of game after it.
I don't know, man. I mean, you have half an hour to reflect on, what went wrong if you're KT Rolster.
I think they know what went wrong. I don't think they need a lot of reflection on that particular play. Hopefully, KT can bounce back and play a more competitive game in game number 2. And I think they should. They did what they could. Someday, especially split pushing, actually did create pressure in the mid and late game, which is surprising considering what happened early, but Worked for him.
Yeah, and I mean the series, it's still best of 3, obviously. It's still a series that I think we could see go to 3 games. I mean, you don't quite know what's going to happen with these two teams right now. So it could be very different in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really hope it is. I don't think it was really a draft problem.
Yeah.
I hope we get to see the Shen again in a less behind situation.
That's right. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with game number 2 here on LCK Summer on OGN right after this.
Played a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out of my control. Pushing, falling, and it's gravity. Feel it in my bones like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Hey, welcome back to LCK Summer. Prey gets the MVP for game number 1. Good Lucian play, but hey, you know, when you when you totally wreck the enemy team, or they wreck themselves in this case, it's not hard to win the game.
This was less of a naval victory and more of a ship just finding a reef and then foundering upon it.
It's more of a Titanic situation, really. Yeah.
Right, all the KT members are ready to get onto the ship to victory, and then it just hit an iceberg and killed all aboard. And since there were no women and children, nobody survived.
That's right. And then Peanut stole his pentakill from Prey like a jerk.
Can't believe it, man. Can't believe it. I thought he had that penta for sure going into that team fight.
He should have.
Really beautifully played by Smeb, though, after he was interrupted in his recall by the Shadow Dash.
Yeah.
All right, so said it before. Hopefully we'll get a normal game.
Okay.
This next one, so we can actually see KT is not usually this bad.
That sounds great. Let's do that.
I agree. Let's do that. Let's watch a normal game of League of Legends.
I agree. It was very quiet for a second there. Hey, well, Kuro's in. All right. They decided that Cry had an easy game. Now they want to give Kuro a chance. And, you know, again, like right now, they really aren't sure who they want their mid laner to be.
It does confuse me that they continuously play Cry on the red side when Azir is a first pick worthy champion on the blue side, and indeed was first picked on the blue side in the last game. You'd think that you'd want to play Kuro on the red side, ban the Azir, and then counterpick with Kuro.
No. It's too complicated.
Sorry. All right. Well, and then play Cry on the blue side where you can first pick the Azir if it's not banned. I don't know. That's what I would do.
No.
But I am not the coach of the Tigers. And in any case, Kuro is going to be coming back in. He did play all the blue side games in their last 2 series, and Cry did play the red side games.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, again, like I mentioned this the other day in the cast, but I had a conversation with Gorilla recently where I was like, well, so who's really your main mid laner right now? And he's like, well, we don't really know. I mean, we know that, like, Kuro can play Victor really well, but he can't play Azir. And, like, Cry can play Azir really well, but he can't really play Victor. So we're kind of just using both of them.
Well, Ryan, it's time to nerf Azir into the ground so that you can make the Tigers' decision for them.
I guess so. I guess Cry's days are numbered now, aren't they? He better get good on Victor fast, or he is out.
He did have, individually again, he did have a good performance on Vladimir.
Yeah.
And in this game, his LeBlanc was fine, but Kuro also obviously a very good LeBlanc player. Are we going to see the Victor in this next game? SK Telecom did decide to ban the Victor earlier this week, which makes a lot of sense because I believe Kuro is now 25-5 all-time professional on Victor. It is his most played champion, and you should not let him have that.
No, I mean, he was playing Victor way back before Victor was really
cool.
in vogue. He's a Victor hipster. He's like a Vixter. Yeah.
He is definitely a Vixter. But yes, he was actually pretty much single-handedly responsible for the rise of Victor as a champion in the first place.
Yeah.
And that's been his legacy, and it continues.
Sure is. So we're waiting for the players to get in the lobby right now. And when they do, game number 2 will commence, or at least picks and bans will commence. Then the game will be a little bit later, but you get the idea. It's League of Legends.
just a little league.
Yeah, just a little League of Legends. You know what I mean. But, yeah, I mean, Kuro, again, you know, it's not like a downgrade to switch to Kuro, obviously. It's more of a side grade right now.
Yeah, Cry has been impressive, and I didn't think they would ever actually use Cry because when they had Sylph as their substitute mid laner, he had just come out of the military for 2 years and hadn't been playing the game. He was there as like an on-paper substitute, basically, because they were forced to have one by the league.
Yeah.
Cry, though, actually does come in as a real substitute player and one that they're using quite actively this season. And I do think that after you fail so many times to beat SK Telecom in a final, and you have 2 seasons where you have superior results compared to SK Telecom, you start in that first seed. So therefore, you don't have to show anything on your way through the gauntlet because you're just sitting there as the final boss at the top. And then you collapse so spectacularly that you have to really seriously diagnose the problem at that point.
Yeah, and if you look at that problem, you can, unfortunately for Kuro, kind of pin a lot of it on him for whatever reason. When he plays against Faker, he just kind of falls apart.
His Lysandra games, and normally he was a great Lysandra. I remember specifically his Lysandra play in the finals was very different from what I normally saw from him, and that's just it. He just can't be this finals caliber player. So if that solution is slowly grooming Cry to perhaps be at least something in a final series in a best of 5 that you can put in case that starts to happen again, I think it's really smart of the Tigers to start doing that now.
It's hard to imagine any other mid lane really having such a seemingly, debilitating fear of playing against Faker in a finals. So, yeah, you'd have to think in that situation Cry might do a little bit better. But
I think Faker gets into a lot of people's head in the finals. Obviously, you're sitting there with his reputation and his skill and the fact you're playing SKT. It's hard to maintain your composure, I think, if you're in a finals and everything is on the line like that for any team in the world.
He does, but Kuro seems to be affected more than other mid laners have.
Except for Pawn. He's immune to Faker fear.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he just kind of took that fear and harnessed it and was like, I'm the one who Faker should fear, And then he beat Faker with Morgana one time, and suddenly Pawn was the best mid laner in the whole world.
That's how it works.
Yeah, for a few months until Faker proved that was absolutely not true.
It's like a boxing or a wrestling title belt. That's actually how best player of the world works. I don't know if you knew that.
I do. Well, Febivin became that for a little while, too.
It's not opinion. It's not opinion.
The entire Besiktas team became the best mid laner in the world after they killed Faker. I remember these things. It's true.
Dumble Doge.
Dumble Doge.
Never forget.
It's a great name. It's a
it
great
is such
name,
a good
man.
name. Well, Kuro is in the game. We are in picks and bans now, guys.
All right.
It does take time for, obviously, the players to switch all their gear out of the booths.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And now we're tinier. We shrunk. Help. Honey, we shrunk the casters.
I prefer more to think of it as an Alice in Wonderland situation.
Oh. Like we ate something. Which one's the shrinking one? The drink me or the eat me?
It's been a while since I've read Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, man. Me too. I have read it, by the way. I know what you were thinking.
Many people have.
Doa hasn't read that book. It's a great book, but I have. All right. Sivir, Nidalee, Varus, Ryze. The first 4 bans. And there's the Zilean ban. Okay, so not wanting to deal with the Never Die KT comp.
Switching that up now that they don't have to be the ones banning the Nidalee. Could leave the Kindred available.
So one more ban.
Rox has not shown that they really like prioritizing the Kindred, though. In any case, they have gone after the Graves a lot more than most teams this season. And seem comfortable on that particular pickup.
I feel kind of self-conscious because it just says the word 0 above my head now. It's kind of insulting. You're just Korea Summer 2016, I guess.
That's where I am right now, so I can't argue. Echo will be the first pick here. They will actually go over that Azir. No ban this time on the Azir. That is, they're obviously not going to pick it if they're playing Kuro. So,
true.
Probably not a particularly necessary takeaway in the early phase of this draft from KT.
Eventually Kuro's going to pick it and be like, I've been practicing this for months. I'm now so good. No, I'm just kidding. This is never going to happen.
My favorite part is when Kuro plays attack damage Jarvan into his ear. Just jumps over the Emperor's Divide.
Hey, it really works.
It does?
Yeah.
It is a Korean counter pick from late last season. It hasn't changed. It still works exactly the same way as it did before. And Kuro did play it, and he did win with it.
Go for it. Go for it. I think we might see Aurelion Sol. How's the Aurelion Sol Azir matchup? I don't know a lot about that one.
Far matchup should be. They did play, KT did play that into Faker. Both of these mid laners are the 2 mid laners in this league that have played the Aurelion Sol.
Yeah.
And it will be a return to Graves, so actually,
yeah, Graves and Ashe. And we know Prey is a great Ashe player.
Ashe was banned in the last game by KT, but they didn't have that luxury considering they had to ban the Nidalee on the red side.
So we could see Fly just grab that LeBlanc this time around as well. But no, there's Nazir in the game, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Stranger things have happened than top lane teleport Azir. It actually has been played previously in the professional scene. I will not
true.
vouch for how good it is. I don't think it's good, but it is a thing.
I don't know.
If anybody's going to play, it's going to be KT. They already tried top lane Yasuo, so...
Yep.
But considering
True.
that they have the cleanse selected already, most likely that Azir just going to the mid lane, and they're going to do KT things, which is saving that last pick for someday, which means that they've got something weird on their minds right now. They are
Good.
waiting to...
Jin. Wow, Jin
Okay,
at the last
so
minute
Jin.
for Arrow.
KT has been playing more Jin.
Yeah. You know what? I'm feeling Renekton.
Oh god, no. I really don't. They should just set up a bigger tank line here for the Jhin. They already have a great peel composition for him with the Azir, Rek'Sai, and Braum. No need to complicate things with more damage dealers. You're going to have enough damage with Azir and Jhin in the late game anyway, so just play peel, play Maokai.
I think Rock Tiger's showing they might be predicting the Yasuo there. Like, yeah, we know you've got a couple knockups with Braum and Rek'Sai, Azir. This really does look like a Yasuo comp, doesn't it? So Victor Tarek locked in.
Well, they've given many of the staple champions to these players. Victor and Ashe, signature champions of Kuro and Prey. And are we going to see a Fizz in the top lane?
I don't believe we've seen Gorilla play Tarek yet this season, have we?
I'd have to check. I do not believe we have.
Off the top of my head, I don't believe we have. So, what's it gonna be? Oh, did Doa predict it right?
I really hope you didn't, Doa.
I have a knack for predicting bad picks.
Just play Shen again. There's nothing wrong with Shen here. You could help protect the Jhin. He liked the 1v1 matchup. That's also okay. Tahm Kench top would be fine.
Aurelia?
Aurelia will be fine after we see some changes to the Trinity Force.
So we've seen a lot of things that are fine. What are we going to see actually picked? Oh, well, Maokai would be very boring, but they're going to pick it anyway. All right, so it's a good pick.
That's the pick I wanted, was the Maokai. Is it not very exciting? No, it's not. I would have taken Shen again, considering that he was winning the 1v1s even when he was behind on that Shen.
That's a good point.
So having that Shen, certainly not bad when you're playing for a very peel-focused composition. We're going to stay in our box.
Whoa, we're floating through the studio. Ah, help us. We're in space. Oh, there we are.
Nope. Now we're full screen again.
That's right, where we are, where we deserve to be. Wow. What an interesting pick ban that was. And there it is now on your screen. But, you know, the thing
Monty
is...
and Doa's magical journey is over.
I know, right? Bar's not the only one taking a magical journey these days. Good picks for the Rocks Tigers. They've got a lot of comfort picks, like we said. Kuro on that Victor, Prey on the Ashe. You'd imagine Gorilla is going to do pretty well on the Tarek. A lot of engage on that team. A lot of pick potential.
Certainly is. Intriguing. KT also coming back with the Jhin picks. They tried this against SK Telecom in 2 games in a row. They didn't win either of those games, but at least they have a whole hell of a lot of peel this time.
Yep.
And just a solid late game 5v5 composition from KT.
Yeah, and I think unless something weird happens again, this should be a much more stable, good contest between these two teams. I hope it is.
Well, at least when it comes to pick and ban, we can say you're right. Now, if anything wacky happens again, we will have to wait and see if that is going to affect the outcome of the game, just like it did in game number 1.
Yeah. And Graves is wearing like a Riot fist bump necklace. Isn't that kind of like working for McDonald's and wearing like a McDonald's hat when you're off duty?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
All right, well, let's see if KT can tie it up. Time to get into game 2. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift, as the Ocean Drake will be our first Drake of the match. Tigers versus KT, game number 2. See if KT can tie things up again. And yeah, getting to see Gorilla play Tarek. I'm excited.
Take it away from KT. That has been one of the big signature KT picks this season, and Peanut will lead.
Wow, it's a lot of harassment on to Someday.
Comes
comes Fly, though, but Kuro just zoning him out. And they let Kuro have Victor. Again, you know, this guy's win rate on this champion is insane. So that's a pretty big risk. And you combine that with Prey getting the Ashe as well. So KT kind of playing with fire a little bit here, except in the case of Ashe, where they're in fact playing with ice. But you get the idea.
That's not how the expression goes, though. He's 25-5. I was right all time on that Victor.
It's really good.
So his most played champion professionally. Prey's Ashe win rate is also ludicrous. It is, in fact, 16-3. So they're
what is Victor doing? I don't know. That was weird.
So basically, they're playing two champions that the Rocks Tigers have. Both these players have an over 83% win rate. Probably not the combination you want to give over to them.
Yeah, probably not. Oh, he missed the CS on that. He is terrible on Victor.
That's how I measure all my Victor skills.
Yeah.
How good their CSing is. So Rocks Tigers is going to be dropping back, taking the Gromp, and then heading into the lane versus Maokai. Does allow Someday to pick up a few CS. Same thing on the opposite side. Yeah. You're just going to say that the whole game?
Dazzle. He dazzled the tree.
Dazzle.
Dazzle.
Just like that. That's right.
Oh, no. Anti-dazzle. Gorilla. Dazzle. Oh, he misses the dazzle. He's got a razzle-dazzle into the tri-brush. Get out. And so Flash burn for Gorilla. But again, in the lane swap, the Summoner is not quite as vital because you're probably going to have time before any more action happens.
Did turn out to be important for Hachani in the lane.
Yeah, early gank on the Fly here. Hachani coming up to try to save his mid laner, and Fly knowing his limits, not using any Summoners. Smeb, though, forced to flash out of that one as Someday enters the picture.
Kuro also using his Summoner heal there.
Yeah.
To help him get out, so
awkward.
Definitely a little bit awkward. Fly also has a couple of potions to work with here, but perhaps Kuro can turn this into an advantage pre-first buy. At least stabilize the lane and allowed him not to be quite so pushed up. But yes, a little bit of an overcommitment there. And Smeb also going to be later here, but looks like the tempo advantage still over to the Rocks Tigers. They got onto the turret first, in any case.
Yep.
Should be getting a pretty nice and early Ocean Drake here. As long after they swap back, considering there's not going to be time really to take this Drake if you are KT.
Seems likely. Yeah, they don't look like they're going to collapse on that as Scorn moves up to the mid lane. Maybe a gank on the Kuro.
Some nice extra farm here for Smeb too. Ooh, took an entire another wave here. That's actually going to be really good for Smeb. Really good.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of time on his own up in that top lane right now.
Meanwhile, the Ashe and Taric already en route. So typical wards down deep in the lane, making sure they know exactly who is going to be coming. Pings down onto the Ashe, waiting to see if the Taric is going to show also, because that means the Maokai actually does have to back off.
And they did see Gorilla. They should have seen him anyway.
Yeah, what's he doing? Why is he doing a Krugs? Looks like he may have been clearing a ward. I couldn't exactly tell.
I didn't see a ward there. Not sure.
So Jhin goes up. Braum not going to be joining him quite yet, so that means more time for Echo, and that's reflected in the level total right now. Smeb 1 level up, 5 CS up, so that's just the little advantages you can have from getting that faster lane swap down, as well as this push. Maokai already on the run up to the top side. It'll be a long, long minion wave to push back right now. Braum looking to defend, but he's gonna... Hachani should not be here. Yeah, I don't know what Hachani's game is. All right, they are just gonna swap the Jhin over because they realize that the Maokai was behind, so they're gonna give him the long lane of farm and attempt to defend this, and they should be able to do so considering Ashe just got the cull. Peanut going to be recalling, and Praying Gorilla may...
They're gonna switch him back up to top, you think?
I don't know what they're gonna do. They may just go all top and try and push this out, but no, they're gonna be happy with the freeze, or at least content to leave it alone for the time being. They went back and just picked up Boots of Swiftness because they didn't want to overextend with Peanut already recalling, but somebody's got to help this Echo out now.
Yeah, we'll see. At least he needs another ward or two down there. Kind of dangerous to be pushed this far up now.
It certainly is. I would be worried if I was
Ping's going
Smeb.
down already. Score is on the way. Oh, Smeb, yeah. Treble convergence dropped down. Gonna try to get the stun, but now he's in trouble. Scoring someday coming in, and Smeb just a little bit too far up there. Are they gonna get the kill? Looks like they very well might as Peanut tries to save his top laner. They're gonna flash for it. Score picks up first blood, and now Peanut in trouble. Knocked back, goes over the wall with the quick draw. He'll live. Oh, Fly walks right into the dazzle. The Chaos Storm goes down. One more tick might do it. Ooh, Fly got very low.
Victor definitely there already, and they didn't know exactly where the Taric was on the map. Peanut trying to kite out the Gromp right now to finish this off before heading back. And yeah, that was a big mistake by Smeb. He didn't have that flash down because of the gank on the mid lane earlier. So really dangerous to try and clear out that pink ward without Peanut giving him backup so far away. And now that Someday has this big CS lead, he's gotten himself right back into this game.
Problem.
Yeah, certainly is. Rox just playing really passively around that deep freeze that they were given. KT deciding that after the push-up came through that they were just, because they were behind on the tempo, just going to send it back into standard lanes. And there was no answer from Rox. There was no punish play possible. Peanut was not jungling aggressively in order to make that work for Smeb, and just ends up being kind of a train wreck for the Tigers.
Yeah. Well, still only about 400 gold down. They've each got that turret from the lane swap earlier. And it is a bit of a CS lead for Kuro and Prey right now. So a pretty even game overall. In fact, Smeb even a little bit up on CS on that Echo now.
Yeah, it will change. When we have these long lanes, CS leads will bounce back and forth between the laners, because like right now we see arrows down, but he also has a huge number of minions that are about to be pushed into him, so he will equalize that once the wave melts away.
Now the question is, who's going to go for this dragon? Probably not anybody.
Well,
a while.
They see a recall coming in, so actually KT does have an opportunity right now to do it.
Maybe.
They're checking, they're trying to clear out these wards, and KT as a result, or Rox rather as a result, is heading down there to try and deal with it because they don't want it taken.
Yep,
nice arrow.
Ash arrow on to score. Hachani there to block immediately. Dazzle goes through for the double stun. Rox Tigers all over everybody here. Doing some decent damage with the Chaos Storm. Arrow turns it around with the Jhin ultimate, but doesn't look like he'll be able to get much damage done with the curtain call.
No, doesn't. KT thought they had an opportunity just for some free ward clears right now based on the recall timings of Rox, but Tigers stick around, Prey and Gorilla, and then able to do some work. No kills, but they do force a scenario where KT is going to lose a little bit of that farm, having pushed up that lane already, and there's not going to be an attempt at the Drake.
Yep. So we're kind of back to where we were.
Somebody who's trying to be sneaky and take that blue buff. Actually, Peanut is the one who ends up with it, even though Kuro was right there.
Oops. Felt he just didn't have time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just no time to give it to Kuro. Sorry. No blue buff for you. That was a good initiate from Prey with the enchanted crystalline arrow, but
yeah, great accuracy.
Yeah, and if Hachani hadn't been there right away to block some of that damage, that probably would have been a kill. And a dragon too, honestly.
That's one of the issues with playing this Jhin against the Ashe, is that you don't have a lot of ways to dodge that out. Same is true about the Ashe against the Jhin, though, considering you can be caught out and hit with the very long-range snare from Jhin. So low mobility AD carries on both sides, easily punished by both Jhin and the Ashe. So positioning of utmost importance here.
Well, KT going for this Ocean Drake, and it doesn't look like there's anything that Rox Tigers can do to stop it.
They'll just take that away. This time, the wave more in their favor, not pushed up to them, so counterplay not very available here, especially since TP advantage was already over for KT.
Infernal Drake coming up next too, so that's going to be one that the Rox Tigers are probably going to want to try to contest.
Everybody's going to want that.
Oh yeah.
It's everybody's favorite Drake.
Everybody loves dragons.
He's the most popular Drake.
He is. That everybody loves that infernal bling. That's the League of Legends version of Hotline bling, I guess.
I don't even know what Hotline Bling is.
That's that. Isn't that song by Drake that everybody likes?
I don't know what the kids are listening to.
Aren't they memeing out of control these days?
I do know they're memeing out of control, but I don't know what they're memeing about.
Old man Christo. Uh-oh, TP coming down for KT. Prey and Gorilla might be in a bit of trouble here. Arrow onto Arrow as Prey tries to stay alive under turret, but everybody's there. Easy kill. Kuro pushed back under turret by the Emperor's Divide. Drops that Chaos Storm, but he may not make it out of here. No, it doesn't look like he will, and KT picks up 3 kills. A double for Jin, or double for Arrow, rather, on that Jin. Rox Tigers returning, though, get 2 kills of their own. The slow onto Chani. Arrow turns around for a nice snare, onto Smeb.
Yeah, he used the flash to get over that wall, too, so definitely not worth it. 3 for 2. The setup was really good. They knew they had TP advantage, and that's why Smeb's was a little bit delayed.
Right.
I believe it was on cooldown when that fight started. I can't really tell right now, actually, if it was or not based on the darkness, but it looked like it should have been. And now just the collapse. Great job from KT to push through this turret, try and get Kuro down and actually delay that Chaos Storm from doing any damage, but the tanking of the turret a little bit too much for them as Someday wraps around the side. Smeb gets there, cuts them off. Peanut, the great flash Q to get that damage down from the end of the line.
Yeah.
And so they trade relatively evenly, but still an advantage there for KT.
Yeah, KT definitely looking a bit more competitive in Game 2 than they did in Game number 1.
Well, that didn't take a whole lot, though. It just took not entirely throwing the game in the first few minutes.
Yeah, they didn't do that. Looking a lot better. Oh, well, Someday walks into a brush, flashes away that Maokai, goes back in for Twisted Advance Engage. There's a Braum ultimate as Sachani joined it. Score and Arrow are right there. Prey and Gorilla caught out. Gorilla's going to go down. Arrow with a kill, and now Peanut on his own in the back lines. Oh boy, this is starting to fall apart a bit.
What a good re-engage there from KT Rolster. Someday was not perturbed, and in fact, Hachani just went in with the stand behind me, chained it straight into an ultimate. Someday very confident that he was going to live through that as soon as his allies appeared. So Score and Arrow show up and clean it up for another couple of kills, but that's some really good confidence from Someday in that situation.
I mean, it's just a completely different KT team than we saw last time. If they don't have that horrible occurrence in the early game, look what these guys can do.
Yeah, well, we know they're a good team. It's just sometimes bad things happen to good teams.
When good teams do bad things. Well, Smeb not able to take the Rift Herald. I think you need to stand out that buff for a while anyway. Or did he?
No, Score has it, I believe.
Okay. Close.
I didn't actually see who got it right there, but. Smeb goes in for the steal regardless.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite take it. Now, obviously still a winnable game for the Rox Tigers.
Oh, yeah.
1.5K isn't anything at this point in time. Jin build is going to be Youmuu's Ghostblade first. So going for the long-range arm penetration.
Yep. And yeah, of course, Rox Tigers have plenty of opportunity to come back. I mean, think about the comeback that we saw Samsung able to pull off against Jin Air in our last match.
That was so well played by them.
Yeah.
Really been impressed with Samsung this season. I hope that they will continue their role and should make their match against SK Telecom, the battle of the undefeated teams on Saturday. Quite exciting.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, the Rox Tigers have to find a way to come back into this game. It's not a big deficit, but they still definitely need to figure something out. The Infernal Drake is coming up in 1:20, and I think that's going to be the point in the game that really kind of swings the momentum here. Either more into KT's favor or as Rox Tigers come back.
Yeah. KT just setting up again on this top side. Trying to push this in, deal some damage to the turret, but ultimately, like you said, they are going to have to play around that bottom side eventually. But both duo lanes up here with a minute left on the Drake. Bit unusual. The defense they want to put down. Someday is quite strong right now. He may be 30 CS behind, but he also has 5 or 6 more assists. compared to the just 1 kill, and so only about 500 gold back.
You'd think Smeb would need to recall to get his health and mana back before that dragon, but they're just not going to do it.
Now KT is the one who's going to be moving down there just a little bit more quickly. All the pink wards are placed very defensively on the top side of the map. They were trying to avoid a dive, again, against the Ashe of the Taric, two champions that can be easy to dive, at least before Taric did hit that level 6, now has his own ultimate. He was behind previously.
Well, Rocks Tigers, everybody making their way back towards the dragon now, and KT not going for a quick one here. So they might be able to fight it.
Well, they're setting up right now. Someday playing deep in the enemy jungle just to try and defend his vision, which he will do successfully, and he's going to go on to Peanut, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Peanut caught out a little bit. Jin comes through with the ultimate, blocked by a lot of KT members here. Smeb on top of everybody here. Kuro a little bit low, has to back away. Here come Gorilla and Peanut back to the fight. Smeb's going to ult for a little bit more health. Hachani forced her recall. Really took a lot of damage there, and here's where Rocks Tigers should press their advantage. If they can continue to push KT away, maybe they can grab that crucial Infernal Drake. They thinking about re-engages. Oh,
he's got his TP. He's got his TP, so he can come back in at any time. Rek'Sai also recalling and then ulting back in, so they're just refreshing their health right now.
Yeah, Rocks Tigers taking some damage from the Drake.
Here we go.
Teleport, bringing Someday back to the fight. Hachani is there. He does not have the Braum ultimate. His score engages. Smeb going to jump right on top of Hachani, very low. Kill may come in soon, but Gorilla low on the Rocks Tigers side. They're trying to chase it away, drag it down to about half health as it turns around to regens, resets. Kuro flashes in, tries to get the kill, can't quite make it happen, and now Rocks Tigers on the run, gets snared by Jin. His score moves in for the kill, but it's a kill instead for Peanut. Still a lot of low health members on the Rocks Tigers, and KT should have this one all wrapped up. Whoa, arrow nearly went down though. Smeb forced a flash over the wall as Someday somehow picks up the double kill.
Looks like he got a sapling kill right there, actually tossing it over, and now Prey has to run from this Maokai. And Someday is so good at Maokai. I know a lot of people will say, well, Maokai isn't a high-skill champion. It's hard to look good on him, but man, Someday has always been one of the very best Maokai players, and there you go.
Yep.
Takes another kill there for KT, so nobody gets the Infernal Drake. But look at this team fight, so very close, as you said. Kuro nearly picking up a kill there with the death ray. Now they realize, okay, it's got to go out, but they do hit Kuro with that root. Score goes in, but Maokai here just gets the arcane smashes down. We're going to watch Gorilla. He may have died to the minion wave. Sapling? Sapling?
Yep. Wow.
Right
from
on the
dome. He's on fire.
Well, that would be bad if he was a tree, though. I don't think he wants to be on fire.
He wants to put other people on fire.
Is that what trees want?
Yep, they just want to see the world burn.
Some trees just want to see the world burn.
It's true. All right, Rocks Tigers actually just walking right back to the Infernal Drake.
Okay, I'm a bit surprised that Maokai just went into the top side
No
like
kidding. And are KT actually going to give this up? They are. Okay, explain that one, Monte Cristo.
I can't. They wanted to push the minion wave and maybe trade this for a top tier 1. That's about all I got for you. Big commitment, at least from Rocks down in the bottom lane. They also didn't have TP advantage. Smeb has the TP up, so.
I mean, that was just the easiest Drake in the world for the Rocks Tigers. I mean, they saw Someday up in the top lane. They're like, all right, well.
They obviously felt uncomfortable with the situation of Smeb having TP, but if they lose Dragon and a turret in exchange for just a turret here, it's going to be a pretty poor showing for KT.
Yeah, giving the Rocks Tigers that 8% buff to attack damage and magic damage, though, is something that KT, I don't think, really wants to do after nearly losing a fight like that anyway. And now the ultimate comes in for Gorilla. A little bit of invulnerability. They pick up the kill on Hachani. They get the turret.
This commitment to a Maokai split push is not the right move for KT. I know you love split pushing someday, but you don't love it enough that you're willing to take that many key objective losses for it. Hachani also died there, so they got a kill, a tier 1 turret, and a dragon in exchange for a tier 1 turret and 50% of their tier 2. If you're Rocks and you're playing from a gold deficit, you're definitely going to take that one.
Yep. Oh, blue buff does go over to Maokai.
Okay, well, he got blue buff, I guess.
Yeah, but still. Is that worth the Infernal Drake and the kill and the turret? I don't think so. Score onto Peanut. There's a lot of damage coming out of that Rek'Sai right now. The Raptors still goes. The Rocks Tigers, but they may lose their mid lane turret. Can Kuro clear the wave fast enough? Going to drop the Chaos Storm. Looks like he may be able to. No, not quite. Oh, Gorilla runs up, gets jumped on immediately as Prey comes in on that Ashe. Waiting for a chance to use that arrow. doing a lot of damage. Smeb actually on top of KT right now, but they decide not to pull the trigger as Arrow gets poked out pretty hard. I guess actually the ultimate for Ash just was
It's on
barely
cooldown, yeah.
barely not up yet. Kind of tough to see on that icon.
Yeah, definitely hard to see. But yes, he didn't have the opportunity there to stop them in their tracks. But frankly, Gorilla should not have walked up like he did on that turret that was about to die. Gave them basically a free kill in addition to the mid lane turret. So KT picking up quite a few little free picks in this game.
It's been an interesting game. This has been a very generous game from both teams, I think. They're like, oh,
That's a good way to put it. Generous. I like it.
A little bit ahead. We better give something to the other team now. Fly grabs his blue buff. Yeah, it's been a bit awkward, hasn't it?
Yeah, big lead for Maokai though.
Yeah.
That he's managed to catch back up in CS. And maybe that was the call too from KT when they gave up that Drake, which is that Maokai was really behind when it came to farm. That actual split push did allow him to catch back up.
Arrow onto Hachani. Gets blocked, though. Still stunned. There's a parallel convergence. They get that stun again onto Hachani, slowing him down.
Stun forever.
Another pick for the Rocks Tigers. KT, feeling generous. You just want to give back.
That was not a very dangerous warding mission there from a Braum into the river. Well, he did have his backup behind him. The problem is that chain CC is absolutely ridiculous from the Rocks Tigers. And Arrow into parallel convergence. That's basically two of the longest stuns in the game chained back to back on you. You can't really ward with that in mind, I would argue. So not so much a mistake that time from Hachani. Is just the Rocks Tigers all being in that location to pick up the actual kill. And you know what, it doesn't actually turn into anything either, so not really a lot of harm done.
You know, one wonders if Arrow takes a moment to pause on the irony of being killed because of being hit by a giant arrow.
Or an Ashe in general, just shooting a million arrows at him over the course of the game.
Feel betrayed by your own weapon of choice. I mean, there was a time when Arrow was playing characters like Ashe and Varus, and then he also was on KT Arrows. He had arrows.
Well, that actually never happened while he was on the KT Arrows.
I thought he did play like one game of Ashe or something.
Nope, never did it.
Oh.
I was always looking forward to it. It never happened. He only started playing Ashe after he was on the combined KT Rolster roster.
The dream is dead.
Yes, the arrows is never actually happened. It never will.
Titanic Hydra on score.
Yep, pretty common. Pretty common these days.
Yep.
Arrow is also really fed.
Yes. Yes, he is. The Rocks Tigers may have that Infernal Drake buff, but they're going to have a tough time winning this one. Just look how much damage Someday is actually doing despite being all tank, but
this guy's Hashim Maokai, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Scary Maokai.
Got to do some damage,
It's like,
right?
you know what happened, guys? When I built full tank last game, we lost. So I'm the carry now.
Look at my roots. No, look at my tree eyes. No, it doesn't have eyes. Never mind.
Maokai definitely does have eyes.
No, most trees don't.
You know what's weird? I guess we don't have the Maokai skin here yet in Korea, because I saw it in the LCS, and I promise you that the pros would be playing it here.
We've got to have it here, though.
I don't think so. I haven't seen it. I would have definitely seen it if it was on the Korean tournament realm.
I can't think of another time they've not released a skin.
Well, you did, this time I am 99% sure, because why would you play Christmas Tree Maokai when you can play Maokai?
It's a good point. It's a very good point. I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet either.
What kind of person would do that, Doa?
What kind of
monster,
foul
really?
monster would deny the Maokai from Korea? I've got a feeling that it's in Korea.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
That'd be really
We haven't seen it once, so.
That'd be really weird and bad. It's like, hey.
We don't have base banners either, so who knows?
We want to make less money.
Well, I'm sure it'll be unlocked on the tournament realm eventually, Doa, just not on this path.
I suppose. Well, it's Ocean Drake. It's back up again. Zero turret goes down in the mid lane. KT in position to go after this second Ocean Drake themselves. And Rocks Tigers, yeah, I think probably in this case the turret may be a little bit more worthwhile. And they should be able to get it. Yep, they will.
They are definitely an all-in composition. Short range, everybody's going to be going in. There's not going to be much of a chance to use that Ocean Drake. Hey, Someday.
Wow, Someday going for the flank here. The Braum, or the ultimate rather, from Tarek popped immediately as Ajani and Someday tried to mix it up. Whoops, the arrow did not hit anybody. Smeb jumping on the Someday. Score coming from behind here. Kuro in a bit of an awkward spot. Prey very, very low. Gorilla trying to block that curtain call. Don't need to anymore as Arrow is down. Score in trouble. A double kill for Someday. There's one for Kuro now. And the Tigers are going off. Whoa, okay, Fly manages to get one onto Kuro.
Smeb is killing everybody in the backline. He assassinated Arrow so quickly at the start of that team fight. There wasn't really a chance for him to do any kind of damage. And now the slows are coming in for you, Mr. Tree.
Someday might still be able to get away, though. Smeb trying to zone with the parallel convergence. Oh, the dazzle misses. Still going after it, though. Someday dives back in onto Prey, trying to lock him up under turret, but he can't quite do it. And that is an ace in favor of the Rocks Tigers. So just like that, they are back in command of this game.
Yeah, they can make a play here on the Baron if they want to. I guess they don't. 27 minutes, but Someday still had a long death timer, even though he did have his teleport up. So let's take a look at this. Someday looks like he gets the angle onto Kuro immediately, but Kuro with that flash. Ajani trying to stop that damage, but KT just isn't all there yet. So it starts as more or less a 4v2. So a lot of the poke damage coming down. Score also gets a wonderful flank. But right here, this is the key. Smeb ult. Oh, he curtain called onto the Shadow. Arrow didn't see that the Shadow was there, and he went immobile on top of it. So Smeb got one of the freest Echo ults I have ever seen. And after that, their main carry, who was 4-0-4 with a lot of items going to that team fight, just gets melted by an Echo ult.
Well, that was unfortunate for KT.
I was wondering how that went so badly, because it actually did look like a good fight at the start from KT, but if your AD carry Jhin is going to set up a curtain call on top of an Echo Shadow, then you're basically just asking for a good heads-up play from Smeb, though, to snap back on top of him and just explode him before he could do anything.
Yeah, just kind of a massive error by Arrow there. So what can the Rocks Tigers do with this? They weren't able to get the Baron. Oh, wow, that was close. I nearly got skewered there.
Fishing for it.
Yep, that's right. Someday recalling, he's got his teleport. He could come in again. The interesting thing about that last fight is that Someday didn't even need to teleport to set that up. Looks like they're sending Smeb down to try to stop this split push now.
Someday is desperately trying to carry this KT team. He actually has been really the only player performing in either of the games tonight. Certainly the score line looks good for KT, and they did have a good setup on the dive on the bottom turret too, but
the thing's getting it's getting scary now, because Smeb is suddenly 4-1-3. Peanut is 4-2-4 on this Grave, so Rocks Tigers certainly developing their own carries here.
They don't need Prey to do damage in this game. He's gone for just a wave clear utility build with the Essence Reaver and the Hurricane. With Peanut and Smeb all doing so much damage right now and being so fed, he's perfectly fine just setting up initiations and pulling the wave clear duty. Rocks are also able to really pull this game late because of how much turtling power they have with the Victor and the Hurricane Ash.
That's right. Smeb finally a little bit tougher. Still not going to win those duels against Someday's Maokai, but it's not going quite as badly as it was before.
Well, I watch Someday's Maokai. It seems to just do more damage than other people's Maokais.
Right. I mean, he does have the Iceborne Gauntlet.
He also has a Dark Seal with 6 stacks.
That helps. that may help.
Too cute, Someday. Too cute. He sold it. Oh.
Wah, wah. Going for the GA.
Definitely a better idea at this point in time to sell your Corrupting Potion.
Yep.
And your Dark Seal for more useful items.
Why didn't they just call it Doran's Potion?
Well, I guess it's not corrupting enough when you... The thing is, a Corrupting Potion sounds like the potion is going to corrupt you.
Yeah, seriously, right?
You're
the one who's
drinking
it.
Why is it corrupting other people when you punch them? That's counterintuitive.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Wouldn't you call it Venom Potion or something that doesn't damage over time to something you hit or bite?
Like, yeah, or like Potion of the Viper.
That's right, Potion of the Viper. I like that better.
Viper's Potion. See, we could name all the items. Monty Namicon. There you go.
It's a book on rotations.
Yep.
The ultimate tome on rotations. The Monty Namicon. I love it.
Doa's Death Cap. Because I would have to name a support item after myself, of course, so that's why.
Of course, heavy AP.
Yeah.
All sports.
That's right.
Make that Brommel do a lot of damage.
Yep. I would have an item called the Smite Stone, where it would it'd give you vision, but it also let you smite people. Execute. Girl goes in on the Someday. A little bit of damage as Smeb comes in to try to get the 1v2, or the 2v1 rather. Here comes Fly, score. Frey is there. Arrow to zone out Fly a little bit. Someday still alive. Kuro gets very low here. This is a weird fight for the Rocks Tigers. They're going to have to back away.
Kuro ran out of mana trying to kill that Maokai and nearly died in the process, even though it was a 2v1.
I don't think you want to do that. All right, curtain call pop, teleport coming in from KT. Nice Braum ultimate. 2 people flash. Gorilla still there. Invulnerability for Rocks Tigers from that Taric ultimate. And wow, actually Smeb's going to get jumped on yet again here. He's in big trouble as Gorilla comes in to try to save it. Goes for the 2-man dazzle, actually does land it. Frey taking some damage, not doing a lot in response either. And KT just grinding their way through the Rocks Tigers. They get the kill on Gorilla. Kuro is back. Are they going to follow this? Lays down the death ray, but he doesn't have the ultimate, so I don't think he can really make this happen.
Well, they could try and do a Baron right now. They certainly have the tankiness and the damage for it, but only the support down. And they are going to see it with the Hawk Shot. TV coming back in for Smeb.
Yep, Smeb coming in behind the KT team.
Fly's nearly dead.
Arrow hits Hajani.
Oh, Smeb!
Fly gets killed by Smeb immediately. Someday dives into the Rocks Tigers line to try to slow this down, but it is all Rocks Tigers already. Smeb picks up the double. He's going after Arrow, looking for the triple. Meanwhile, Someday manages to kill Prey. This Maokai is just a wrecking ball, but the Rocks Tigers got the edge with that teleport from Smeb. See ya. He's going to peace out. And now Someday is a lone tree in the forest. And if this tree falls and nobody's around to hear it, well, I guess that doesn't matter. 3 people around to hear it.
Wow. This really has been a game between Smeb and Someday as to which tank can kill the backline faster. Poor Jin and Ashe in this game against the Maokai and the Echo because they just can't survive at all.
This still seems like a bit of a risky Baron as there's low health members on the Rocks Tigers. Now here comes Arrow with the curtain call, trying to hit people with hit, lining it up. There's a bit of damage on Gorilla. Score looking for the Baron snipe. Oh, he sniped Gorilla. Score trying to be zoned out by Kuro. Gets low. There's another kill for Jin. Oh man, are you kidding me? Triple kill for Arrow now.
Peanut, kill the Baron.
Another Arrow trying to get the Baron, but it's not looking good. And KT gets the Baron off of a very ill-advised Baron play from the Rocks Tigers.
Wow, that was a double Baron throw. You rarely see that one, Doa.
Throwception. That's unique, man.
Well, you're right, and I didn't see if it looks like the ultimate's not quite back up yet for Gorilla either, so he can't pop that in order to actually take this out. Crit on the last shot of the curtain call. Now Kuro's trying to distract Score, but he should have just been putting the DPS down onto the Baron.
So
eventually
bad.
Score actually gets to live through this somehow. Has a little bit of a shield in order to protect him, and Peanut's just running around trying desperately while his Hex Drinker shield is up to finish off that Baron, but he can't get it. Now an Infernal Drake also taken by KT.
Okay, so we very well may be going to game 3 on this one.
You love the double Baron throw.
I
that
know,
was a
right?
back-to-back throw. It was a double feature throw.
That was throw into throw. Where does it end? Double throw all the way. Double rain throw. What does it mean? It's so amazing.
파랑 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Couldn't quite kite it out there, so tank it out there for Rocks and gave the re-engage potential. But still, the wave clear is there for the Rocks Tigers. They may yet be able to weather this storm.
I mean, they're probably not going to lose any inhibitor turrets at least, or inhibitors off of this Baron.
No, they probably won't. No. May come down to an Elder Dragon War. Peanut slides in and snags the red buff with his smite.
Whoa, another fight happens, and this Jin's doing a ton of damage now. Well, as I said, he does no damage, but
not to Smeb, he doesn't.
He can do damage to other people, trust me.
It's all right, Joe, I believe you. They're starting a split push too with the Rek'Sai, which is good because it's not really an answer to this. They don't have a TP right now. Could actually have the Maokai in the mid lane pushing that way, but they just want the last remaining tier 2. Collect another 800 gold for themselves.
Well, Gorilla gets jumped on completely. Well, there's an easy kill for KT. This might be an inhibitor now. Peanut having a hard time handling score in the bot lane. Despite the turret, looks like the poke on KT was enough for the moment. They've got 2 Ocean Drakes though, so they can actually sustain up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's the scary part too, especially that Rek'Sai using the passive and burrowing under and picking up the health again just to re-push. Eventually, Peanut's going to have to go back.
All right, well, on to Smeb now as he goes in for a bit of poke and have to ult away from that, stay alive. And Prey just can't do damage. He can sure take a lot though. Just advance onto Kuro someday. Just zoning out so they can go for this inhibitor turret. But again, the KT members are pretty low health. It's going to take a bit more time than that.
Yeah, they weren't able to push forward because the minion wave wasn't there. They tried to punish Kuro for having no mana. Someday going in on the flash twisted advance. But there's nothing they can convert it into. So it looks like for now the Rock Tigers are going to hold this. Not losing their inhibitors. Crucially, still down 7,000 gold, but in the game.
Well, with the inhibitors still up and the inhibitor turrets still up, they still have a chance to come back.
Yeah, especially as we reach that 6-item threshold, right?
Yeah.
So it's not so bad for the Rock Tigers right now. If they do let this Elder Dragon go over, that might be a problem. But they've got a few minutes to stabilize, pick up some more items, and move into full builds. And they will take that very precious time right now.
I mean, the big issue, I think, is that the 2 Ocean Drakes for KT just make it so they can go in, do a bit of damage, back off, regen, and just kind of repeat, and that just will eventually, you'd think, wear the Rocks Tigers down. Especially in a situation where they're trying to, you know, kind of dance around the Elder Dragon.
The other problem is who kills this Maokai, this fully built 6-item Maokai with Iceborne and GA, Thornmail, because Kuro's not going to be able to burst him down, so the sustained damage has to come from Prey and Peanut, and they will be hurting themselves substantially on the Thornmail. Someday, doing great this game so far.
Yes, he is. KT, though, playing it out safe, for the moment anyway. And we've got another lull in the action as people kind of set up.
It's going to be about this Elder Dragon and whether KT want to take that immediately or whether they're going to play a more patient game. Double GAs now on the side of KT. Yeah. No hint of one yet. Frozen Mallet actually finished for Peanut. So trying to keep the members of KT off him to the best of his ability and give himself some additional tankiness.
Not a bad idea.
I don't know about that. He's still lacking in lifesteal, which is something he's going to need if he actually wants to kill Someday at any point in time in this game. And we can see Prey there. He has opted for the Vamp Scepter, but still, Someday is going to wreck them. They need more, much more lifesteal if they're not just going to die from autoing this Maokai themselves.
Yeah. 1 minute until that Elder Drake. This next fight really is going to determine everything, probably.
Yes, it will. Waiting on that right now. Both teams trying to prep the side waves for the eventual battle that will occur around this Elder Dragon. And Rocks Tigers losing with Ashe and Victor would be a real rarity. It happens. Each of these players loses less than 17% of the time when they play these particular picks. So it is quite an upset to defeat them on some of their best, most signature champions. I have not been impressed with Gorilla this game. He doesn't seem to really understand how tanky Taric is because he's gotten himself caught out or simply walked up on the enemy quite a few times and just exploded.
Yeah. Well, like we were saying earlier, we haven't seen him play that Taric yet. So far, things are looking a little bit rough.
He needs to stay back. He only has the Crucible and the Locket right now. It's not like Achani who has that Frozen Heart in this game. He has to be more cautious about where he is because the roots coming from Jin and Maokai are going to be very punishing on him. GA now complete for Smeb, as our observer is showing us. So he has hit his 6-item threshold also.
All right. And we know that Echo can do good work if it gets in the back line onto Arrow. So with a good flank, the Rocks Tigers could still win a team fight.
Tons of Jin traps at the choke points.
KT, they're going to start this Baron. And Rocks Tigers, it's up to them to respond. Trying to get around those traps. Baron at about half health now. There's the ultimate pop by Gorilla a little bit early, as there was no fight that really occurred after that. And the Baron's still getting even lower. They got to try this now. Smeb going back. Baron taken by KT. They get it. Now Rocks Tigers already on the defensive. Peanut going down in the backlines, but there's a kill for Kuro. Not looking too bad. Smeb running away though, and I think KT has that one. Yep, double kill for score. Make that a triple kill for score actually. And that is going to be nearly an ace. Smeb the only one to escape, and that may be the end of the game after KT comes back.
Absolutely no one can kill Someday in this game. That's the real problem, is that he was just soaking up so much damage that entire team fight. He has been just a monster in this game, and showing why he is one of the best Maokai players in the world. Absolutely. Comes back again. That's going to be the end of the game, like you said, Doa.
Well, it was very back and forth, but in the end, yeah, that Maokai Someday just got out of control. Smeb tried, well, he didn't last long. I didn't even say the whole word Smeb before he was dead. And we're going to game 3, GG.
We are. Actually, Maokai is now Someday's most played champion. Doa.
Wow.
Interestingly enough, that was a stat that was recently achieved, passing Renekton. And speaking of big win rates, with that victory, Someday is now 25-8 all-time on Maokai.
Pretty strong. And Kuro with one of his rare losses on this victor, too.
Same thing with the Ash from Prey. So we are going to go into game 3 as Maokai did the most damage on his team. Okay, whatever. Talk about hard carrying.
He really did.
I just don't understand how he plays Maokai like that. It looks the same to me when he plays it, but he takes and deals more damage. Absolutely crazy. So really good performance by Someday in that game.
Yeah.
Did justify catching him back up in farm to take that first Infernal Drake, or give it away to the Rocks Tigers, rather.
In the end, yeah, it really did.
You can't argue with the result, which is that he took that farm and he turned it into a carry performance. So
yeah.
Really, really nice stuff.
One wonders, too, you know, if maybe Gorilla had been on a different support, if that would have been a different result, too. Because a lot of those fights,
he did not look good.
Through the middle of the game, a lot of those fights were really, really close. And if Gorilla hadn't maybe gotten blown up so many times early on,
or used his ult really awkwardly at times, especially in that last fight. You mentioned him using it very early, and I just don't understand what the purpose of that was when you're approaching that. When you're approaching that Baron, you want to use it once they actually commit to dealing damage to you instead. But very definitely awkward. Definitely awkward Taric, which sounds like a hilarious meme.
It is. And it's kind of the way Taric has been from time to time anyway.
But Hachani is quite a good Taric player, so he's actually earned some MVP points for that. That's why he's tied up with a lot of people at 200 MVP points. So I guess we're going to be
going to game 3.
Going to game number 3. I'm actually excited. I'm glad that first game wasn't the sum total of the series, that we didn't see KT just kind of tilting off the face of the earth and washing out after that.
That's right. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. The exciting conclusion of the best of 3 between Rocks Tigers and KT Rolster. We'll be back after this. And welcome back to LCK Summer. Someday gets a well-deserved MVP for that game number 2 hard carry on the tree, on the Maokai. Pretty impressive stuff.
Was great. Someday will be joining the 200-point club behind Ruler, our rookie AD carry extraordinaire on Samsung, who
That guy's good.
broke the 300 points earlier tonight.
And I mean, this game was back and forth to a certain extent, but KT really prioritized getting Maokai a lot of farm. That enabled him to get the items and just be a huge, huge tank.
Yeah, and I really like the way that they played around the Maokai in this game. Someday just absolutely fearless on this champion, just giving Smeb the old backhand, and then oh,
owned.
Tarek looks so fabulous when he dies.
He does. I don't know what sound he makes, but I bet it sounds like, oh! Not sure. And Gorilla did not have one of the best support performances we've ever seen. Maybe time to go back to the drawing board with that, Tarek. But at this point in the game, Someday was literally unkillable.
Yep. And look at that score coming in too. Score had a lot of really good multi-man knockups in this game to help out, and that's going to result in a KT win. So a little bit of a double throw in the middle of the game.
That was impressive. It was a KT Baron throw into a Rocks Tigers Baron throw.
And then KT got the Baron.
Yep.
Who knew? Who knew?
The double throw.
The double throw.
What
Well,
does it mean?
Game number 3 coming up. I don't think we're going to see any substitutions. Now, Kuro is in the lobby, so we are going to be sticking with Rocks Tigers.
Yeah.
With the same assortment of players, even though Kuro was the one who lost, Cry was the one who won in this series, although it really wasn't Cry's doing in game number 1. He played out the advantage well.
And it wasn't really Kuro in game 2 that lost either, so.
Yeah, Kuro did A-okay, but
yeah.
See how if that Maokai is taken away this time. Certainly Smeb actually had a good game of his own on the Echo. It was basically like who could kill the other's backline faster. Sometimes it was Smeb when Arrow was curtain calling on the Echo Shadow and was just one shot by the Echo. Sometimes it was Ashe. So this is what happens when you decide to pick low mobility AD carries into huge backline threats like Maokai.
Yeah. And it really was kind of the best of times and the worst of times for Arrow's Jhin, too. He had some great snipes. He got that triple kill late in the game. But he also, like you said, kind of decided to park on top of Echo's Shadow, and that's a good way to get killed.
That was his one death, so I think we can excuse that. For the most part, his positioning was quite good. It didn't actually end up losing his team the game, and he contributed quite a lot, especially in that early game when he did go up 4-0-4 to start off and really just get rolling onto this Jhin. So like what we saw there, maybe we'll see the Jhin again. It has been that huge pick for them. Played it both games against SK Telecom. Now playing it one game here again tonight. Nobody else really going back to the Jhin. I thought we might see Longzhu play it, but Fury hasn't been in the active roster compared to Emperor. So,
So going into game number 3, what do each team need to do right now to win the game?
I think the Tigers team composition was fine for the most part. Maybe you go ahead and you take away the Maokai, just switch it up for the Echo this game. Take that away from Someday because he is just ridiculously good at that champion.
I think you definitely can't let Someday have Maokai. I think that's a given.
In a normal scenario, you wouldn't really care about the Maokai because you would take the Echo into it. You'd feel like, okay, we have this winning laning matchup. We're going to be able to do more with this champion as a result. Echo generally considered maybe slightly stronger than Maokai in the current meta, but sometimes there are certain players that you shouldn't let play certain champions.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. So would you take it away or would you ban it? That's the question.
That is the question, because then you'd have to give up perhaps your Varus ban, which the Tigers have been banning all night, which I don't really get because Kuro was one of the best Varus players in Korea. So it's not like this is a selection that we know that the Tigers can't be using or anything like that.
It's
Instead, I think you drop the Varus ban, maybe you try and play a Varus composition this time around. And if you drop Varus and ban Maokai, well then, makes it a lot easier to run a Varus composition.
Yeah, and the Tigers are on red side, so they can have that last pick too.
Yeah, I'd like to see Varus Ezreal or Varus Lucian or something like that. I think it'd be good.
Certainly might. Well, we're about to get into picks and bans. Everybody's in the lobby, so I think we should be ready. In just a moment, we're ready.
We are so ready. We don't even
need
have to switch out players this time around. That's how ready we are.
That's right, and we
should
don't
already
need to
be in picks and bans.
We don't need to be in the lobby either. We just kind of watch everything going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not our fault.
Nope.
Get the rest of the observers in there.
Not us.
All the players are in there. They're in the proper order.
It's good.
It's one of the things you guys might not know about League of Legends is that the players actually have to enter the game in the proper order and go into the obs slots. So, for example, if you end up all mixed up, they have to just enter in because you can't change positions in the lobby for some reason.
Very odd that you wouldn't be able to just, move around between spots in the lobby. I don't know. Technology just
Nope,
there.
you have to go into the obs slot and then stack up top AD or top jungle mid AD support.
Yes. Don't worry. Features on the way. Lucian and Rise, the first two bans from KT, and Nidalee banned out from the Rocks Tigers.
Okay, so they're feeling comfortable in playing against the Rise, and there's a Jhin ban, actually.
Wow, okay.
So...
I mean, Arrow was good on that Jhin last game, that's for sure, but...
Well, they did ban Sivir in game number 1, and they decided that Jhin is the actual threat here from KT because they probably don't have that much practice against it, but Prey ended the last season playing some Jhin on his own and having some very nice games. They haven't been preparing against it recently or practicing against it. They definitely prepared for it considering what KT has been playing.
KT kind of thinking long and hard about this last ban. They're going to go with the LeBlanc, which I'm a little bit surprised about.
Well, it was a big threat from Cry, and Kuro can also do that. And there's the Maokai. So they are going to leave the Ashe up this time, KT banning the Lucian instead. So this is a great time for an Ashe pick, and this will, of course, prompt the Echo first pick, and what will Smeb play into it? Hopefully not a Swain. That's what I'm hoping for at the very least.
Yeah, you never know with these guys. Is this maybe an occasion that you would take the Fiora, perhaps? Not first pick, but think about it in the future if you're KT?
I don't know. I'm really not sold on Fiora right now as a champion.
They seem to like it.
Well, Samsung likes it. Rux, I think you can get away with not picking the Fiora right now. You can split push with it, but it's not as strong as it used to be. We could see Smeb play the Trundle if it is going to be an Echo first pick.
That's true. We actually haven't seen a lot of Trundle today. Or any Trundle today. I don't know. Have we seen it all week even?
No.
Yeah, wow. Huh. Interesting. And the Kindred will be the first pick from KT. So you'd imagine it's probably going to be the Echo. Yeah, immediately locked in for Smeb. And they're going to grab the Sivir as well. So a really nice combo to start things off with for the Rocks Tigers. So what is the answer that KT has for this Echo now?
That's been a problem with Arrow historically, is that his champion pool actually isn't very big, even for an AD carry player at any one time. So if he can't play this Jhin and he's not going to get the Sivir, does he just have to default back to Ezreal like he did in game number 1 of this series? What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Is he going to play the Ashe?
You look kind of short compared to me on the screen right now.
That's because I'm leaning back, man.
There you
I'm
go.
enjoying it. I'm enjoying this draft. I'm just lounging my way through it.
I lowered my chair so that
that's great.
It wouldn't be as awkward for you.
Thank you. I was really concerned about it being awkward for me. I wasn't even actually noticing that we were on screen at the time.
You're welcome. I got your back. Azir, Ezreal, 2 solid pickups for KT. I mean, you know Kuro's not going to take that Azir.
All right, taking the Braum just to be able to block some of those line skill shots coming out of Echo and Sivir. Pretty standard. Of course, the Victor still going to be up here for Kuro if he wants to play it again. I don't see why you wouldn't go for it again in this matchup. It's obviously one of the matchups Kuro's most comfortable in playing over time, and the Trundle could be coming in as a support pick. Attempt to punish any kind of...
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go.
This would be a very surprising gank composition, considering Aurelion Sol can just fly over the map, and then you can Sivir ult too. So the gank possibilities are huge, especially if you go for that Karma too.
That's true.
But I think they're going to wait on that mid lane pick because they can still flex the Echo, so there's no need to go there quite yet.
Yeah. So wait to see if maybe it's going to be the Elise Karma. And I mean, the Karma pairs with the Sivir very, very nicely. Obviously, the Elise gives you a lot of pick potential.
Yeah,
they are going to pick those up.
This is a composition that's similar to one we saw ESC ever run successfully.
Yeah.
Using that Sivir Karma combination. And there's no guarantee that Karma isn't a mid lane, so in a very deceptive draft, from the Tigers so far.
Yeah.
KT going to have to play blind into this, and that may mean that they go for a trundle and just everybody piles onto Sumday's back in this game.
Well, sounds like what they did last game. And probably not going to see that Draven from Arrow. It's just not something that...
Oh no, Doa. You never know
Not
when
something
Arrow's
that-
going to play Draven. They do it once or twice a season, every season.
I know, but today is not that day.
Are they going to play Shen Twitch?
I think the Caitlyn's okay here. Yeah, they're going to pick it.
Caitlyn Trundle. So heavy wave clear. Great siege potential between Azir and Caitlyn with a 4-1 split push.
You know?
Not a big front line, though, so KT has to be super careful about how they team fight, considering they went for the Kindred instead of a tank jungler.
Yeah.
And here comes Mr. Varus.
Could be that Varus. Yep, it is. And Kuro's Varus is feared far and wide. It's a very strong pick. So, yeah, and it's more pick potential, too. So, Rox Tigers, I think, defaulting to what they are honestly best at, being aggressive, getting picks, getting leads that way.
Yeah, huge collapse potential, obviously. Single target CC, very high between the Elise and the Varus, so that will prompt the cleanse in the mid lane from Fly. You also get a very nice matchup with the Varus into the Azir early on, where you could just poke the Azir away, rather.
Yeah.
And you've also got the Sivir Karma combo, which provides a lot of early lane bullying potential. Rox Tigers looking for what they can do early. If it goes late, though, and this Caitlyn starts to hit a lot of items, KT's 4-1 split push is basically going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, that's the issue, is that the Rox Tigers are going to need to be super aggressive Rox Tigers. They're going to need to go back to what worked so well for them last season. Make it happen.
That they will.
Yep.
Their one hope in the late game is at least they have, I would say, a more cohesive team fighting composition, and there's not a lot of peel. Basically, they've got a couple of ultimates and a pillar in the Azir ult, Braum ult, and the pillar from the Trundle in order to stop this, and they're going to have to use the Lamb's Respite incredibly well if they want to stay alive due to their lack of frontline.
True. It's going to be an interesting one. I think it's hard to call. This series, as we've seen, can really go either way.
Absolutely can. So we are loading into the game right now.
That's right. It is time, guys. KT Rolster versus the Rox Tigers. Game 3. Who takes the best of 5? Let's get in the game and find out. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. It's a Cloud Drake. Why am I not surprised? No.
That's this day, Doa.
Day of the Cloud Drakes.
It's a cloudy day here in Korea.
I guess so. Cloudy with a chance of Drake.
Well, they're always Drakes. So
it was a very high chance.
100% chance of Drake.
That's a very good chance. Rox Tigers versus KT Rolster, game number 3. And Rox Tigers with what could be a very exciting comp to watch. We'll see.
They have to execute it, though. Otherwise, it's going to be a very boring comp to watch as KT just groups up 4 members in mid and has Someday split pushing and strangles them to death with pressure.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
That's the song that would be apt to reference here.
Got the Queen David Bowie thing going on.
Yep.
So I know that song. I just don't know
It's a great
Hotline Bling because I just don't care about the pops that your kids are listening to.
Yeah, I know of that song, but I haven't actually heard it myself. I need to go home and listen to it.
You know, one of the best things about being in Korea is that
What's that?
you don't have to listen to all the American pop everywhere, so I'm just not
Man,
exposed to things. I
that
don't
is
get to
so
see
true.
I don't get to see movie trailers or anything like that. I don't even know what movies are coming out. I am free from inundation of American advertisements, so I can just enjoy David Bowie and Queen.
Well, I like movie trailers, but I am glad we don't have to hear so much American pop music. That is true. That is nice. And we can avoid the K-pop while we're here too, so not bad. Smeb and Someday, the eternal conflict.
That's always an exciting matchup. I love watching these two players go head-to-head. Two of the
big rivalry.
Best top laners.
I mean, Someday Smeb and Duke kind of have this like rivalry triangle going right now. It's like a trivalry. And there's a contest between the three of them to see who's on top of the rivalry. Right now, Smeb going back in. A little bit more damage on the Someday. Whoa, they're both getting very low.
This is a much more exciting top lane matchup than we normally see.
No kidding, jeez. Oh, Smeb, you're in trouble now. Yep, there's a flash. There's an easy first blood for score. Oh.
He got too caught up in the rivalry, though.
I think so, yeah.
Overextended. Died to a 3-minute gank.
Yep.
Score's just like, well, okay, if you're going to do that, then I'm just going to come down there and kill you in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Peanut's like, well...
At least I got a blue buff. Everybody just recalling right now. Someday is going for the cull. All right. Had extra money. Smeb couldn't even buy anything. Still just had that corrupting potion.
That is interesting. You don't see a lot of top lane Trundles grabbing the cull lately.
That was a smart move, though, knowing that Smeb wasn't going to be able to get an actual item with combat stats, so it's basically just a free cull.
Slowed down again. Smeb going to take a lot of damage here. Man, I think if Score had committed to that a bit more, I wonder if they would have been able to finish him off.
He didn't have any mana, and also he didn't have flash, so would have been tough. Still, though, the point is firmly in the favor of the KT duo lane right now, and Rock's winning on the top side, at least for the moment, having two ranged champions, as well as that Karma, dealing that ridiculous poke, and slowing Arrow down to make the Boomerang blade easier to hit.
Yep.
So big CS lead for the Rock's duo lane. They also just got into lane first, as we saw, coming through the river, and were able to translate the minion advantage into a level advantage, and then into some thorough lane dominance, but 22-6 on the bottom side, and this is the nightmare, right? The only thing KT needs Arrow to do is to get a Hurricane and stand in mid and wave clear. They don't actually need him to do damage anytime soon.
Gorilla could, yeah, I was gonna say, if he lands another Q, he can just like flash in and ignite him. That's what I do. Go for the kill.
Just flash in, Q, and then hit that ignite.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go for it.
Get Prey to walk up and auto him too. Too late now.
Oh, they're not actually turning this into an advantage, however. Certainly they're zoning him out of a hell of a lot of minions, and Peanut is here.
Here comes Peanut. Oh, they got the flash. Flash out of Arrow, and the Summoner heal too.
Nice cocoon, actually.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Would have been dead on if the flash hadn't happened.
So we have two lanes tilting, one in each team's favor. But again, the biggest problem is that nobody's going to be able to kill this Trundle late game, so it's much more meaningful if the Trundle gets ahead. In fact, they are going to switch back. And if Rox doesn't match their lanes right now, then they will just go ahead and lose this first Drake. Not that losing an early Cloud Drake is the end of the world. But that's what Rox is going to do. So they want to push up, want to keep chipping away at this turret and maintain their advantage. It is Cull Dagger to BF Sword. Yikes. That's all you can really say about this situation. Arrow is in a world of hurt.
Yeah. That's going to be tough to contest the BF Sword from Prey if they ever end up in that 2v2, which is exactly what the Tigers want to make happen.
Yeah, they're delaying this for Smeb. Smeb is still going to be hurting. So basically, they kept him down in that lane so he could pick up some of that CS, and they are going to take it away from Prey. So both teams trying to normalize the CS for their deficient members right now.
Well, Smeb's showing himself. Here comes Kuro as well. This looks like a big dive down the bot lane. Might end up being a 5v5 actually, or at least not without the teleport.
Interesting that Smeb is sticking around for this. They're prioritizing the team objectives, but Someday going to get a lot of time on this top lane turret.
Tigers will be able to kill this turret pretty quick though.
Someday's going to do his own pretty big chunk of work on the top side. Actually, no, he's not.
Yeah. So when Rox Tigers get up there, oh wow, they're not actually going to be able to finish the turret. Wow, that's actually really important for KT that they kept that alive.
I didn't see that Someday had gone back and picked up the Null Magic Mantle and the Ruby Crystal. So going for the Cowl first, as he completes it now on the recall, means that he just didn't have any kind of damage yet, not building the components for an early Tiamat. Can't really punish that besides denying minions. So they lose nearly a turret for nothing at all. Smeb takes a trip back and gets a Glacial Shroud for himself. But the CS lead's still absolutely enormous. Gorilla and Prey doing an excellent job in this 2v2.
Yeah, that turret nearly down. Just a couple more autos will do it. Maybe one more from Prey. No, that's it. They get it. And Peanut going to start this Cloud Drake right away. Why not?
Yeah, just go for that immediately. You've got the turret down. You need to take objectives and then try and make picks and make power plays. Dive turrets away from the Trundle if you want to win this game, because Trundle's not going to be slowed down now. The point has already passed where you could do that very easily. Sure, it's only 8 minutes into the game, but the level of advantage that he has over this Echo is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Level up. 25 CS up. It's not a point of recovery that you can really go for. So you have to just tell yourself, well, okay, the Trundle's going to be huge. We're not going to be able to stop his split push. So, but what are we going to do in this game? Trundle is not good at answering TPs or answering dives if he's not there with the pillar immediately. So Rox has to make power plays around the Karma and the Sivir, get in and kill somebody under a turret before the Trundle has a chance to respond.
Yeah, Kuro doing fine in the mid lane meanwhile. He's farming up. Fly doing the same. Slightly behind, but doesn't really matter too much. Or at all.
Arrow still on the just super slow path to relevancy here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with the call pickup at this stage. Does help him on the few CS that he's going to get, but the stacking on that item is going to be so ridiculously slow. And he has to play scared for a really long time now.
Yep. I mean, on the Rox Tiger side, they don't really have any deep wards into the bottom jungle, so Prey can't really push too far up.
Gorilla joining him now, though, and Peanut may make a trip over there as soon as he finishes the Gromp, considering he won't have any other camps to take.
Could be.
But yes, the Caitlyn slowly recovering here. Same thing can be said about Smeb. Someday going for the scaling item in the Cull and then picking defensive stats. Which, considering the full AP nature of the Echo Elise combination that is going to be dueling with him and attempting to gank him, might be the smarter early choice. He certainly doesn't need to come online anytime soon. He's already been gifted such a huge advantage that doesn't have to push it just yet.
Yep. Rox Tigers have a lot of pressure on this mid lane turret now. And wow, nice damage bringing in a Rodden rather than Kuro. There's the Chains of Corruption, goes on to KT. And just more poke. Man, Kuro already doing some serious work on this Varus.
And they're punishing them. They know they have that winning matchup. They know Arrow is going to be trying to freeze this lane or just farm it as slowly as possible so that he can actually get a few more CS before the wave moves and he has to dangerously overextend.
Right.
It's going to cost them quite a bit of damage onto their turret now.
May cost them their turret before too long. Recall going in for Gorilla. And Prey with a really nice, healthy CS lead in bot lane.
Now the Tiamat done for someday, so the real pressure is going to be starting up. What is he waiting for right now? Boots. All right, so does pick up the boots as his next item. Held off for a little bit more of that ambient global gold.
So, Someday, I suppose, doesn't really have a lot of great ult targets in this particular game.
Oh, well, Echo's going to get tanky, so he'll be
Yeah,
A-okay on that.
I suppose that'll eventually be...
Especially in the 1v1.
True.
Score is going to be walking up for a lane gank right here. Gorilla waiting around to that tri-brush. Someday he's going to find him with that ward and then pillar him to stop the recall.
Yep, not bad. Not bad. Smeb needs to be kind of careful here. Looks like he is. Yep, just content to be pushed back under turret for the moment.
Are they going to dive this, the Lancer Spike?
Maybe. Looks like they are. Yeah, Someday getting in position to try to body block Smeb a little bit. Smeb dashing through, waiting for that pillar. Smeb very, very low. Ult's back under turret. No minions, though. Now he's going to flash away. A lot of members of Rocks come to try to help out. Someday flashes in. Smeb turns it around. Someday low, but Smeb finally falls to Score. Score pops at Lamb's Respite. Not enough to save the Trundle immediately, and he's going to get taken out. So in the end, ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of the Rocks Tigers. Peanut gets 2 there.
Yeah, they way overcommitted to that. Smeb was just running down the lane back towards his base and then came back with the chrono break.
Yeah.
So there was so much time right there for the members of the Rocks Tigers to respond, even though Score went in. Also, late use of the Lamb's Respite there, a little bit delayed from the point of Score.
It seemed like Someday was just like right off of the edge of it. Like the edge didn't quite reach him when it got popped. It
Yeah,
was
that
really
may have
close
been.
either way. Yeah,
May have been, but
didn't save him.
regardless, Someday also just kept tanking that turret as he came on the way back through. Took a few more turret shots than he probably should have.
Well, Smeb did a great job, too, of just delaying, you know? Gave him the runaround, and it ended up working quite well.
Well, that'll
Impressive
just
stuff.
Yeah, that'll just even us up on kills.
Yep. Very even game as we look at that Infernal Drake coming up for the second one. And that's a big one, obviously. Score gets the ward. 20 seconds now. And the thing is if the Rocks Tigers can get a solid amount of poke from Kuro's Varus, I think it's going to be kind of hard with the state Caitlyn is in for them to really contest this. What do you think?
Yeah, they can't. They basically can't. The early game power spike coming out of the Rocks Tigers is too much, even with this Trundle. But Trundle not really going to be scary in any kind of team fight, especially since Prey is the one who is ahead. He doesn't have any armor right now, and he has to deal with Varus and Simmer. So TPing in there seems like it would be pretty unsuccessful until he can get a few more items. This is what he wants to do. You can see right now, Score just cheating up to the top side to try and make a play here instead of onto the Drake. So they're just going to give it up.
Yeah, seems like they have to. And the Rocks Tigers getting the first 2 Drakes now of the game. And that Infernal Drake is going to be good for kind of pushing them ahead a little bit in the team fight, getting that edge. It's always attacking the spider.
That's right. Dragons hate spiders, did you know that?
I guess so. Well, they're creepy, man. You got 8 legs and they crawl around.
Is that what you think about Elise? You think Elise is creepy?
Yeah, I think she's pretty creepy. She is. I mean, look at that. When she's in human form, like a couple of the arms just kind of come out of her back. And then
Yeah, she has back legs.
You think?
What, you don't like a woman with nice back legs?
It doesn't float my boat. I admit.
She really does it for the leg men, though.
I kind of guess.
She's a gam wonderland, as they say.
They say that?
In the 1920s, yeah.
Hey, Gam Wonderland, see? I like my spider women with nice back legs, see? I don't know about that, man. Takes the corruption down on the Score, pops the Lamb's Respite right away. It's gonna go ahead and save the turret for the moment anyway. Gam Wonderland, huh? It's probably the most politically correct thing I've ever heard you say.
I'm just teaching the kids old school slang. They can bring it back.
That is. What's up?
Nobody's alive who used that slang any longer, so it's cool again.
And what
That's
woman,
the rule.
To be fair, what woman doesn't like being complimented on her gams?
That's right.
Yeah.
Nice pins, doll face. That's another great one.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how I pick up the women on Tinder, Noah.
Like I've never heard this word before. That looks like the Rift Herald, who is not as well endowed in the GAMS territory, will be taken by KT Rolster.
No, he's got, look at his stunty little GAMS.
Yeah, those pins. Don't do it for me, I tell you. I feel like if we keep talking like this, we're going to get shot by Dick Tracy.
Right, the old school mobsters are going to come by with their zoot suits and their Tommy guns.
That'd be sweet.
파랑 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Zoot suits.
You don't. It wouldn't be sweet though. It would be the bee's knees. Thank you.
Oh, Siveralt going in on the Chani and Arrow, but no catch really. Bee's knees. Oh, Arrow makes a big arrow. Nice chains of corruption on that Chani. A little bit of damage there. Arrow cleanses out of it.
Nice flash.
Going right back onto him. Good CC. Score very, very low. Still has a bit of cooldown left on Lamb, despite, man, flying to Chani. Keep moving towards the Rocks Tigers, but they learn to regret it as they take quite a bit of poke damage. Man, Kuro is just a nightmare on this Varus.
Yeah, Someday even having to cheat down into the mid lane right now to apply pressure somewhere else. And they're trying to play around the likes of the Rocks Tigers dual lane, where they have that advantage right now. They're just grouping up, trying to push through. Whoa.
That was a good flash from Fly. Saved his life right there. As Kuro apparently has aimbot. That is pretty amazing how he's hitting those arrows. Someday taking his anger out on the mid lane turret.
But that's exactly what he should be doing. They can't win that fight any longer, so if he can take a turret in response, at least there's something that he can be doing. And Smeb had to clean up that top wave, then move into the mid lane, so free turret damage in the split push, and that's just a preview of how strong Someday is going to become. Already has the Ravenous Hydra completed. He's 1,000 gold over his lane opponent right now, and all of that is unspent currently. Same thing with Smeb. Still needs to go back and pick up something with his 1,700 gold. Will be a cowl.
And the boots, too. Winged boots.
Arrow and Smeb have done a good job of not falling further behind their respective lane opponents. And now that Arrow has this Hurricane, at least he'll be there for the wave clear, so he can hold his own to a certain degree. But it's all about Someday's pressure now versus the pressure that the Rocks Tigers can put down on other parts of the map around Prey. This has turned into really a two-carry game right here with Prey and with Someday. It's going to be whoever can play around that advantage better will probably take this one.
That's the plan. Top lane turret taking a bit of damage with those minions, of course.
The real problem, at least for Rocks, is that the longer this game goes on, the better and more of an advantage that KT is going to have with this composition, because 3 or 4 item Caitlyn is pretty nasty, as many of you know, and also late game Trundle is just devastating in a split push. I mean, Smeb can't even get him off the turret right now.
Wow. This Trundle's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and Smeb is also really gated by his mana, running out quite quickly, having to recall right now, so he just can't defend this tier 1 very easily.
Oh, Salt's back into lane, wants to make sure he's sitting there defending that bottom lane turret. Ray coming in for some damage onto the top lane tier 1. Kuro's there as well too. Looks like Someday's just going to get this turret by himself, man. Yep. That Trundle's already scary. There's another Chains of Corruption on the Chani. A lot of damage going through. Down to like 0 health. They have come so close to killing so many people this game.
They are so lucky, because if some of these people like Scorn and Chani went down, the chance for follow-up turrets from the Rocks Tigers was very high.
Yeah.
But they are going to trade 1 for 1 again, so both teams just trying to hold on where they can and trading very evenly. It's turning into a great game.
Yeah, it is. Very, very even in gold. The only thing is that Rocks Tigers have been able to take both of the dragons so far, and that's a big deal. It's another Infernal Drake, actually, that just came up. So if the Rocks Tigers can get this, the scales will certainly tip. KT running onto it right away, though. They, well, not onto it immediately. Teleport coming in. Smeb finishes the TP, and he's kind of on his own right now. Could be in a bit of trouble. He does have his ult up if he needs to use it, as Peanut comes in for a bit more harass. Smeb taking some more damage as the rest of the Rocks Tigers get there. They really, really want this dragon.
That was a huge chunk already taken out of Smeb, though, and he burned his teleport, so he doesn't have a chance just to go back for free unless he wants to use his ult.
Now they're burning down the Drake really fast. Here comes Score to try to steal it away. Peanut trying to get there. Parallel Convergence zoning him out. The dragon regens some health as the Rocks Tigers try to push KT off. Here comes Someday now with the big pillar. That's a problem. Dragon taken by the Rocks Tigers in the end, though. Peanut gets the smite, and now KT on the run. Fly too low to fight this anymore.
Yeah, those prolonged poke contests are going to favor the Rocks Tigers. And remember, KT not very strong yet.
Yep.
In these 5v5s, Arrow needs some more items if he wants to actually output the same amount of damage that this Sivir is going to be able to. Also, Sivir going for the static shiv here, so already
Cool.
poking really hard.
2 Infernal Drakes on this Kuro. This Varus is a problem.
I'm glad to see Kuro playing that Varus again. It always
too.
was a great champion for the Rocks Tigers, and I was surprised that we've seen so much of an emphasis on them banning it recently instead of just taking it for themselves.
Yeah. I think it is a great pick. Kuro certainly showing us that in this game. And they're starting to kind of overrun the map a bit.
The gold lead's still very close, but those, like you said, those 2 Infernal Drakes are going to really even things out in the late game. And most importantly, it's going to help stunt the split push of this Trundle, because at least the Echo, though behind by 50 CS right now, will be able to fight back.
Yeah. AD steals the Krugs away, so they got something.
Krug the Pachani.
Krug the Pachani. Sounds like a name of an anime cartoon or something.
It really does.
Yeah. All right. Rocks Tigers continuing to try to put as much pressure on as they can in that top jungle. Well, Youmuu's pop. Peanut takes some damage. Nice change to corruption response for Kuro. Peanut having to flash away. Stay alive. It was an attempted pick from KT.
Yeah, they needed to burn everything right there. 2 ultimates, one coming out from Sivir and one coming out from Varus also. Had to be used to make sure Peanut could get out of that situation. Nice little trap there set up by Score. So they get something for it. Just one summoner spell though, KT not having to invest. Someday used his ult to try and soften up the target, Peanut, before he could escape. But not going to be in the cards for today, KT.
And the longer Rocks Tigers kind of sits around, the more of a threat Someday is going to get with the split push, it seems like. It's certainly not going to get any weaker.
No. Or at least not. Peanut actually intentionally stepping out of trap right there.
Dangerous.
To help clear out a ward as Johnny pops up next to him with that Winter's Bite. He's the one who's being sent into that Vanguard position, obviously, considering that Karma not very useful for checking or warding in the late game. You can die very quickly.
Yep, blue buff did go over to Kuro. It was a nice attempt from Someday to steal it. They're zoning him out. There's a Chains of Corruption. Someday could have bitten off a bit more than he can chew with that Trundle this time around, trying to get away. He's so tanky already. Oh, Smeb going deep for this one. Ults back for the safety. Fly has got a lot of damage going, though, so they need to be careful here. Peanut goes in, has to repel out right away, and now Rocks Tigers needs that poke to turn this one around. Bray coming down. Yep, they're trying to speed up the team. Doesn't really get the full speed boost, though. Cocoon on to Score, and a bit more poke from Gorilla as Rocks Tigers push down the mid lane.
Not going to land. Johnny was standing there with the Unbreakable just in case that Varus arrow did manage to reach. Arrow going to get chunked out.
Wow, yeah, you really cannot get hit by this Varus right now. Or the Karma.
Yeah, or this. But volatile Spiderlings from at least actually doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I guess so.
With the Rylai's completed alongside the Runic Echo.
Man, the Trundle is such a great pick against the Sivir and Karma as well, too, because it just nullifies the speed boost so well.
Yeah.
Ah, and a pause. Wonderful.
A pause. A pause in our game of
right.
Rocks versus KT Game 3, and now you're going to see us on screen, apparently.
Hi, we're on
screen.
screen.
Just switching it right on over.
So you know what, Monte Cristo?
What?
The famous rapper Lil B followed me on Twitter.
I don't know
today.
who that is.
I really don't know either. I've heard he's like a subject of many memes, perhaps.
Okay. So
But
like me.
now he follows me, which is great because I feel like so at home in his family of the other 1.37 million people he follows on Twitter, but I didn't follow him back.
Oh, well, I don't think he cares.
He might. I invited him. I invited him to Korea publicly to make an esports rap video with me. So Lil B,
how's your rapping?
If you're out there, I've got the flow, and I can show. You want to go? To the
So, well, that answered my question for me. Thank you.
That was the greatest rap of all time. What are you talking about? Of all time. I'm ready to bring it. I already brought it. It's already brought. It's brung.
It's been brung.
Ben Brung.
as the kids say.
It's Ben Brung. That's right. You know those kids today.
They just walk up to
Bring
each
in-
other saying, "It's been brung."
Memeing out of control. I was told, though, because I didn't follow him back, and I was told that if you don't follow me back, you get cursed.
Well, you've been cursed. I'm sorry, Doa.
Hey, why does everyone assume that Lil B's magical powers are stronger than mine? I think that's the first mistake he's made.
Do you curse people, or do you use your magic for good?
Generally for good. But if they curse me, I have to counter curse. You know how it works. It's a lot of paperwork.
Can't you just undo their curse instead of cursing them back?
It's no fun. Because then it becomes a battle of curses.
What would you curse him with?
Well, let's see. He cursed, apparently, I learned this today, actually. He cursed Kevin Durant with the curse of never winning a championship.
That's pretty rough to do to somebody's career.
It worked, too, apparently. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to hit his career. I don't want him to have to, find a new way to, pay the bills and things like that. So, I don't know. I would curse him with something that's just like, it's something that just like it's not horrible, because if you curse someone with somebody really horrible, it inspires them to persevere and kind of be the bigger person and survive it, right? So when you curse someone, you have to curse someone with something that's just like annoying enough to kind of ruin their day, but not annoying enough to kind of bring out the better person, the better part of their humanity. So I would curse him with the extreme likelihood of every day getting out of bed and stepping on a Lego immediately. Wouldn't happen every day. Wouldn't happen every day, because he kind of look first and dodge it. Just most of the time. Yeah, he'd step right onto one of those square bricks. And it hurts a lot. It doesn't injure you. You aren't going to have to go to the hospital for this, but it kind of starts your day off so you're in a bad mood. And I think that's a really mean thing to do. So that would be my curse.
How about perpetually itchy armpits?
Oh, that'd be really bad too.
So you're just constantly just like this all day?
That may be treading into the realm of like actually horrible.
How about 1 hour per day of armpit itchiness?
You don't know which hour it's going to be. It might be midnight. I'm trying to go to bed. It might be like, at lunch. Might be during an important meeting with other rappers. You want to impress them. You don't want to itch your armpits.
Do rappers have important meetings?
Probably. I mean, how else do they decide when they're going to collaborate? All right. Well, we were told there was an audio issue between the players. And now it looks like we're back in the game to check out how this fight went. It's a replay.
Yeah, it is.
A replay.
We're actually back in the game right now, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, let's break this down, man.
We're gonna break it down.
Let's break it down.
It's been brung, Doa.
It's been broken down. There we go. We're back in the game now. We are the true rap gods.
It's been brung is my new favorite catchphrase.
It's been brung. I probably wasn't the first to say it, but I am the most effective at saying it. Tough been brung. So, while we were gone, the Rocks Tigers were able to get a little bit more of a goal lead.
Someday has become a little bit more of a monster and expanding his farm lead the bottom side.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, step on the trap. Step another one. Yeah, get them all. Oh, yes. One more. You got it. Nice job.
You gotta mind the trap, man, as they say in merry old England.
Mind the trap. I did not hear that when I was there. I believe you completely, though. Yeah.
Mind the trap.
Mind the trap.
I could make a fortune selling that T-shirt.
You could. I'm sure that's
with a Yordle snap trap on it.
I'm sure that's a bumper sticker somewhere. Oh, Prey immediately pops the Zipper Ultimate, going after something, but Score and Chani are right there. That's a bit ambitious. Here comes Gorilla, though. There's the shield. They're going to keep going with this. Peanut's there as well, too. Nice stun coming in from Smeb. Fly, they got to be careful about that choke point. Peanut, a little bit low. And where is the poke from Kuro? That's the question. It's coming in. It's an Ocean Drake, and the Rocks Tigers could use something like this. They don't want to let KT have it, though, because having the Ocean Drake is kind of the opposite of the poke. So someday, stopped up again, the Parallel Convergence gets blown up a little bit faster than I expected they could do it, but they did it.
Well, he didn't have his ultimate. He used the Subjugate earlier on his Smeb at the start of that fight.
It got brung.
It's been brought, Noah.
It's been brung.
It's been brought. That's right. I already messed it up.
It's been brung. Stop messing up my catchphrase. Catchphrase. Infernal Drake next, and it's big, not so much that Rox Tigers got that Ocean Drake, but that they kept KT from getting a resource to help them survive the poke better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be another Infernal Drake next, so we're looking at number 3 because it's not 29 minutes just yet, so we get another Elemental Drake in this game.
Yeah.
That's going to be absolutely massive. Rox just moving on through the mid lane right now, trying to finish off that tier 2 turret. Can't quite get it. They'll be happy with what they got already. Someday is coming back up. They need to back off, make sure he's not going to TP on top of them, but he's got plenty of minion waves to prune.
It's true. He loves pruning.
What a gardener.
Yep. He's got like some bonsai trees as well at home. Loves to prune. Kuro takes a ace in the hole to the base. Doesn't stop the Rox Tigers from taking out that mid lane tier 2 turret, though.
Just letting the minions do the work, dodging away from that trap line that Arrows put down. And you can see Prey has pretty substantial advantage. Everybody, the exception of Someday. Someday is here. It's Someday versus the world right now.
As it often tends to be with KT games.
Someday versus 5 Tigers.
Yep. Got it. And look at this. They're going to go right for the Baron. And that Baron is falling very fast. Slow response for KT. And the Rox Tigers might just be able to get away with this one.
Yeah, it's a freebie.
Yeah, here comes Score, though. He can try to steal it away. No, Chains of Corruption keeps him from getting in. Smeb immediately jumping onto him. And Rox Tigers have this Baron buff. That is big.
Huge for them. Huge for their poke composition.
Yeah.
Should be able to change this into some nice turret advantages, even more than they already have. Don't have to be concerned about that Infernal Drake for another few minutes into this game. So one tier 2 turret remaining, and it should be theirs. And now they have the Baron too. It's going to be hard for Someday to actually...
Arrow, you are in the Dome of Death. A kill for Kuro. Comes in, and Smeb finishes off his Prey up at the top lane. Well, it wasn't Prey. You get what I'm saying. Goodbye, Someday. The whole KT team kind of falling apart map-wide.
Yeah, they were trying to collapse right there, make sure that there wasn't going to be a threat from Someday. Now, by the time that Someday actually revives, Smeb's TP will be back up, and he's going to be able to solo push, really, this turret down here, as we do see Kuro advancing that wave in the bottom side. So pretty convincing here for the Rox Tigers now. They used that early game power spike that they had, the advantage, and played super well around Prey and Gorilla to continue to dive turrets like this.
Here we go. They're going to keep diving. Yeah, Smeb coming in. He pushed way deep.
No Fly, why?
Uh-oh. Why Fly? You die. He died.
Well, he also pushed the Echo into his base and then flashed over his own wall on top of the Echo, who then killed him. So not the best Azir play we've ever seen.
I think this one is looking like it's pretty over. Here comes Score. Chains of Corruption misses Arrow. Kuro's in a bit of trouble here. The Varus not the most mobile mid laner. Oh well. It was all part of the plan.
It was just a ruse.
A clever ruse.
Got to bring it full circle. See what I did there, Doug?
Yeah, that's right. I feel like the broadcast has this nice arc now that comes back around. All the inhibitor turrets are down. And the Rox Tigers looking like they might be ready to end this one. Both mid laners dead. Fly coming back right about now, so the Rox Tigers will back off. Whatever you say, Karma.
She says, I want another Infernal Drake so I can have 3 on my Varus.
There you go. I didn't know you spoke whatever it is Karma speaks. I think she said, ba would a ba.
Big Kid Rock fan.
Yep, pretty much.
Well,
yeah,
I'm a big fan of 3 Infernal Drakes onto one team.
Well, that's, I don't know if the Rox Tigers need it, but it's cool.
And then I want them to get the Elder Dragon so they have 36% increased damage.
Wow. And then I want Kuro to one-shot people with his Q.
They probably would one-shot Arrow.
I think so, yeah. I think you legitimately might be able to.
They're not done yet, though.
That'd be
They're
sick.
coming for inhibitor number 3 first. Squeezing every last drop out of their Baron buff.
Tasty. Good to the last drop. Well, Fly gets his Azir turret up just in time. And Smeb is harassing Achani, who hops back over the wall on Sunday. Wall of traps. Does not scare Prey, who has that spell shield. Here we go. A lot of damage onto the Azir turret. Not going to last long. It's already gone. Prey pops the Sivir ultimate. They just want to take out the Snifter. They will. Wow, meanwhile, Peanut just evaporates Achani. Chains of Corruption doesn't connect. Rox Tigers still look like they're ready to end this one.
Yeah, so many super minions just pushing to the base right now. This should be the last push. No
Whoa,
third Infernal
Fly.
Drake needed.
Well, that was a pretty flashy play, but unfortunately he just blew up. Well, he went out with style. What can you say? And the Rox Tiger is kind of styling on KT right now. Smep diving into the base, ulting back out again. Arrow does pick up the kill. And wow. All right, well, this one is over as the Rox Tigers take a very convincing game number 3 to take this match 2-1.
That's right. At the end of this best of 3, Doa, they can stand tall and say, it's been brung.
It's been brung. That's right. The most threatening words ever uttered by a human being. It's been brung. You know when it's been brung, you're dead. That's what I'm trying to say.
KT did have a really solid game too, though, coming back. And as we, of course, look at the damage for champions,
Shocking.
and no surprise there with Varus firmly in the pole position. And unfortunately for the likes of KT Rolster, that losing bottom lane, the dual lane matchup, really came back to haunt them. But Rox just played around the Karma and the Sivir, continued to dive, press their advantages, get those big gold leads, and control the Drake super well, which allowed them to really have that strong mid-game pressure. And, of course, the Trundle, even though Someday played it really well, wasn't really enough because the rest of his team wasn't exactly able to help him with that while the bot lane was busy losing so hard.
Well, I mean, the Rox Tigers had a comp that was meant to get picks early and kind of snowball that advantage, and that's exactly what they ended up doing.
They played it well, and they did get a really overwhelming advantage on the Caitlyn too. Just ridiculously good advantage. So that's a problem with Hachani and Arrow's laning, honestly, because you shouldn't be bullied that hard. Yeah, Karma Sivir's going to hurt, but at the same time, you have Caitlyn and Braum. It shouldn't be that bad. You at least have the Unbreakable, but they got punished early, and then from that point on, it was just Cull Dagger into BF Sword, and that's just, you can't do anything. You really can't do anything in that situation.
Yeah, and you add on to that, you know, a couple Infernal Drakes on the team that's already ahead, and that's the end of the game right there.
Well, we saw yesterday what happens with a couple of Infernal Drakes with a poke composition when you got like Lucian and Varus, and it's ugly. It gets really ugly really fast.
Well, we saw kind of a similar thing today. Add in the Sivir Ricochet crits.
Yep.
It's looking pretty easy.
Pretty good. But Prey really did a wonderful job of winning that lane and winning the game as a result.
Yeah. So all in all, really entertaining games of day today. We knew these matches were going to be good coming into it, and they've delivered. It was fun.
I was really excited to see Samsung.
They performed. They performed really well.
I would have liked a closer series there, or at least Jin taking one of the games, even though they were pretty close games.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, now we're guaranteed on Saturday to get Samsung versus SKT when neither team has lost a game yet. And that's a pretty hype matchup to say, all right, these teams are not only undefeated in best of threes, they're undefeated in game score coming into this match. And it's going to tell us a lot about the shape of this season and the shape of this league.
I think you still got to give the edge to SKT,
I think
man.
you do too.
I mean, they are SKT, but Samsung is looking better than they ever have before. I mean, looking at this Samsung roster, right, if you would have told me there was a point in time coming where you would talk about Ixu possibly winning a series against SK Telecom.
Cuvée.
Or Cuvée, rather.
Yeah.
Winning a series against SK Telecom and be like, I don't know. He was kind of a Long Panda Award nominee a couple years ago. Smeb gets the MVP.
Well, Smeb was a Long Panda Award winner. Look at him now.
He was. I know. You can turn things around if you've got the heart. And so Smeb, up to the 200-point club with many, many other people. Ruler, the lone 300-point performer so far. And check out Smeb. He did a great job of just delaying things for so long until the rest of his team got here and picked up 2 kills. And that was kind of the start of the snowball that just kept rolling for the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, he played that entire sequence well. You didn't get to see the first part of it where he used his ultimate and then just ambushing Someday here in the brush with the pink ward. It's beautiful parallel convergence. Basically forced him into a situation where he's going to get tethered by the karma or hit by the parallel convergence. Somebody didn't have any good options. And he had a lot of these good stuns in this game. The setup, predicting where people's pathing was going to be. And this play, oh, I don't know why Flying just flashed right back into it. But
I got to get melee range. I don't think you want that in the Azir. That's not good.
It's definitely not good.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, there's a reason you
not
hire.
a fun time to have that particular situation occur to you. So
I mean, you are Azir. You have soldiers to fight for you. That's the whole point of your champion. You don't want to be close to other people.
Speaking of which, the Emperor probably should never have been there anyway, right? He shouldn't be actually in the battlefield. Does he actually need his soldiers physically connected to him?
He's just one of those awesome warlords, man, that like gets right in the action, right?
I think most of them didn't get that close to the action because at the end of the day, you actually do need somebody to lead. Wading into battle waist deep usually isn't very smart for commanders.
Yeah, I guess if you're chicken. Chicken? I don't think so. Azir's not a chicken. Well, he's kind of a chicken.
He is kind of a chicken.
He's actually kind of a chicken, isn't he? All
Checkmate.
Right. Checkmate, chickens.
He is a chicken, so he should act like one. Get the hell out of Summoner's Rift.
So who do we put in his place? Just another soldier that looks like him and does everything for him? And we just, he's the new summoner. He's the one controlling the people on the Rift.
They just replace Summoner with Azir. I like
lore all makes sense. I had this epiphany just now.
No, that part of the lore makes sense.
Yes?
안녕하세요.
Oh, hello.
여보세요?
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Oh, well,
네, 안녕하세요.
all right. Well, guys, thanks for watching today. We're going to be back with more LCK Summer. That's where we play you out with this wonderful phone call in Korean. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
정말 항상 어려워.